Today, I've prepared the biography of William Shakespeare. Before you fall asleep, make sure to tell us from where you're listening and what time it is. Now, calm down and listen to the story while falling asleep. I'm wishing you a cozy and comfortable night. Welcome to our gentle journey through time as we explore the life of the world's most celebrated playwright. As you rest your head on your pillow and let the day's worries drift away, we'll softly wander through the cobblestone streets of Elizabethan England, where a boy from Stratford-upon-Avon would grow to create timeless stories that still touch our hearts today. Let the rhythm of Shakespeare's world lull you into peaceful dreams as we begin our bedtime tale. Take a deep breath, close your eyes, and allow yourself to be carried away to another time, another place, as the curtain rises on the life of William Shakespeare in the gentle, rolling hills of Warwickshire, England, as the mid-16th century was quietly unfolding. A child was born who would one day shape the very language we speak. William Shakespeare came into this world in April of 1564 in the peaceful market town of Stratford-upon-Avon, where the soft, flowing waters of the river Avon meandered through lush green landscapes. Imagine, if you will, the quiet timber-framed houses with their thatched roofs, the cobblestone streets, and the gentle rhythm of life in this small Tudor town. The exact date of William's birth remains wrapped in the soft mist of time, though we know he was baptized on April 26, 1564. Tradition has tenderly placed his birthday on April 23, creating a poetic symmetry with the day of his passing many years later. As you rest and breathe deeply, picture the simple stone font in Holy Trinity Church where the infant William was held, the cool water touching his forehead as sunlight filtered through stained glass windows, casting colorful patterns on the ancient stone floor. William was born to John Shakespeare and Mary Arden, his arrival bringing joy to their growing household. John Shakespeare was a glove maker and leather worker by trade, a respectable craftsman whose hands created fine gloves for the gentry of Warwickshire. He was also a dealer in wool and other agricultural goods, his days filled with the gentle rhythms of commerce and craft in this market town. The soft scent of leather would have permeated their home, a comforting aroma that likely formed one of William's earliest sensory memories. Mary Arden, William's mother, came from a family of greater social standing. The Ardens were an established family of farmers who owned land in the nearby village of Wilmcote. Mary brought with her not only a gentle, nurturing presence, but also connections to the landed gentry of Warwickshire. The soft whispers of her family stories, perhaps told by candlelight as evening shadows lengthened across their home, may have planted the early seeds of narrative in young William's imagination. The Shakespeare family home on Henley Street was a modest but comfortable dwelling, with low-beamed ceilings and small windows that let in dappled light throughout the day. The house stood in the heart of Stratford, surrounded by the gentle bustle of town life as you drift toward sleep. Imagine the soft creaking of the wooden floors, the warmth of the hearth fire on cool English evenings, and the murmuring voices of family gathered around the table. William was not the first child born to John and Mary. He had two older sisters, Joan and Margaret, though sadly, Margaret had passed away before William's birth. Later, the family would grow to include Gilbert, born in 1566, another Joan, the first having died in infancy in 1569, Anne in 1571, Richard in 1574, and finally Edmund in 1580. The Shakespeare household was thus filled with the soft sounds of children's laughter, whispered secrets between siblings, and the gentle chaos of a large Tudor family. The England of Shakespeare's childhood was a world of transition and wonder. Queen Elizabeth I had ascended to the throne just a few years before his birth, beginning what would become a golden age of English culture and exploration. As William took his first steps and spoke his first words, the country was slowly emerging from religious turmoil into a period of relative stability, though undercurrents of tension between Catholics and Protestants still flowed beneath the surface of daily life. In Stratford itself, life followed the gentle rhythms of the seasons. Spring brought the greening of the fields and the first lambs. Summer filled the market square with produce and goods. Autumn saw the harvest and its celebrations, and winter brought families close to the hearth as frost painted delicate patterns on window panes. The river Avon, which would later inspire so many of Shakespeare's nature images, flowed ceaselessly through all these changes, its waters reflecting the passing clouds and changing skies. As a child, William would have wandered the streets of Stratford, perhaps stopping to watch the various craftsmen at work. The blacksmith with his glowing forge, the baker with flour-dusted hands, the carpenter creating furniture from local oak. But the young Shakespeare's education began at home, where he likely learned his letters and numbers from his mother, or perhaps a parish priest. Around the age of 7, William would have started attending the King's New School in Stratford, just a short walk from his home on Henley Street. Picture the small boy with curious eyes making his way through the morning mist to the schoolhouse. A leather satchel, perhaps, containing a hornbook and writing materials slung over his shoulder. The King's New School was a grammar school of good reputation, established for the sons of Stratford citizens. Here, in a room with wooden benches and tables, William and his classmates would spend long hours learning Latin grammar and literature. The school day began early, around 6 in the morning, and continued until late afternoon, with a brief respite for the midday meal. The gentle rhythm of recitation would have filled the schoolroom, the boys repeating Latin phrases, their voices rising and falling like the soft cadence of waves upon a shore. The curriculum was demanding, but rich. William would have studied the works of classical authors like Ovid, Virgil, Horace, and Cicero, committing long passages to memory and learning to compose in Latin the stories of ancient Rome and Greece, with their gods and heroes, their tragedies and comedies, would have opened new worlds to his imagination. As you rest comfortably, envision the young Shakespeare, his mind filling with these tales of distant times and places, the seeds of his future works being gently planted, while formal education focused primarily on Latin. Shakespeare would have absorbed English literature through other means, perhaps from chapbooks and ballads sold at Stratford markets, or from the tales told by travelers passing through the town. The Bible, newly available in English through the Bishop's Bible of 1568, would have been another powerful literary influence. Its cadences and metaphors later echoing through his plays and sonnets. Outside the schoolroom, young William's education continued in the natural world around Stratford. The gentle Warwickshire countryside offered lessons of its own in the changing seasons, the habits of animals, the growth of plants. Later plays reveal an intimate knowledge of wildflowers, birds, and rural customs that could only have come from these formative years of observation. Imagine the boy wandering along the banks of the Avon, watching herons fish in the shallows, or gathering wildflowers in meadows dappled with sunshine. The Shakespeare family's fortunes waxed and waned during William's childhood. John Shakespeare rose in local prominence during the 1560s and early 1570s, serving as an alderman and eventually as bailiff. Similar to Mayor of Stratford in 1568, this would have been a proud moment for the family, as John presided over town affairs and welcomed traveling companies of actors who came to perform. Perhaps it was during one of these performances that young William first felt the magic of theater, watching as ordinary men transformed themselves into kings and queens, lovers and villains, through the power of words and gesture. However, when William was around 14 years old, the family's circumstances began to change. John Shakespeare's business dealings became troubled, and records show he began to accumulate debts. He stopped attending council meetings and was eventually removed from the board of aldermen. The reasons for this decline remain wrapped in the gentle mystery of history. Perhaps economic downturns, religious issues. Some historians suggest John may have had Catholic sympathies in an increasingly Protestant England, or simply unsuccessful business ventures. For adolescent William, this change in family fortune would have been a significant shift. The comfortable certainty of childhood giving way to new awareness of life's complexities and challenges. But the Stratford of Shakespeare's youth was not isolated from the wider world. Travelers brought news of London and beyond. Peddlers carried ballads and stories along with their wares, and the grammar school education connected students to a broader European intellectual tradition. Yet it remained a small town where everyone knew their neighbors, where the church bells marked the hours, and where the natural world was was never far away. Religious life would have provided another rhythm to young Shakespeare's days. The England of Elizabeth I had established Protestantism as the official religion, and attendance at church services was mandatory. The family would have walked to Holy Trinity Church each Sunday, taking their place among the congregation to hear the sermon and prayers. The language of the Book of Common Prayer, with its beautiful cadences and imagery, would later influence Shakespeare's own writing, particularly in the solemn moments of his plays. Festivals and holidays punctuated the year with color and celebration. May Day with its maypole and dancing, harvest festivals in autumn, the 12 days of Christmas with their feasting and misrule. As William moved through adolescence, the question of his future path would have arisen. For a boy of his background, apprenticeship to a trade was the most common route. His father's trade of glove-making would have been an obvious choice, and it's possible that William did help in the family business, learning to cut and stitch leather, to deal with customers, to keep accounts. These practical skills and observations of commerce would later inform his writing, which shows a surprising knowledge of various trades and professions. What we don't see in the historical record is any clear indication of Shakespeare's early literary inclinations. There are no surviving school exercises, no youthful poems, no letters that might give us a glimpse of the developing writer. This absence creates a gentle space for imagination. Perhaps he composed verses that were never written down, or told stories to entertain his younger siblings on long winter evenings, or simply observed and absorbed, storing impressions and language for future use. The next documented event in Shakespeare's life comes when he was 18 years old. In November 1582, he obtained a marriage license to wed Anne Hathaway, a woman from the nearby village of Shottery. Anne was 26, 8 years his senior, and was already expecting their first child. Their daughter, Susanna, was born 6 months after the wedding, in May 1583. Anne Hathaway came from a farming family of some substance. Her childhood home, now known as Anne Hathaway's cottage, was a substantial yeoman's house with several rooms and an orchard. Perhaps William courted Anne in this orchard, walking among the apple trees as the seasons changed, their conversations laying the foundation for a relationship that would span decades despite long separations. The circumstances of their marriage, hasty, with Anne already pregnant, have led some to suggest it was not a love match, but a matter of necessity. Yet, we cannot know the feelings that passed between these two young people in the quiet Warwickshire countryside over 4 centuries ago. Their marriage would last until Shakespeare's death, and whatever its private joys or sorrows, it provided the stability of family that anchored his life even as his career took him far from home. In February 1585, Anne gave birth to twins, a boy and a girl named Hamnet and Judith. The Shakespeare family now numbered 5. all living in what was likely a crowded household on Henley Street, possibly sharing the space with William's parents and some of his younger siblings. Imagine the gentle chaos of this home, the cries of infants, the conversation of adults, the comings and goings of a household engaged in both family life and business, with 3 young children and limited prospects in Stratford. William Shakespeare faced the challenge that has confronted countless young parents throughout history: how to provide for his growing family. The next few years of his life are often referred to as the lost years because we have no documentary evidence of his activities. This gentle gap in our knowledge extends from roughly 1585 to 1592, when he emerges in London as an actor and playwright, already gaining recognition. What happened during these lost years? Various traditions and theories have emerged over the centuries. One suggestion is that he worked as a schoolmaster in the countryside. Another is that he found employment with a wealthy Catholic family in Lancashire as a tutor. Some have proposed that he joined a traveling company of actors that passed through Stratford, setting his feet on the theatrical path that would define his life. Others suggest he may have worked in law, given the detailed legal knowledge displayed in his plays. Perhaps the simplest explanation is that he remained in Stratford for some time, working with his father or in some other capacity, before eventually making his way to London, drawn by the opportunities of the growing theater scene. The journey from Stratford to London was about 100 miles, typically taking 4 days on foot or 2 to 3 days on horseback. Imagine the young Shakespeare making this journey, perhaps in the company of fellow travelers, the landscape gradually changing from the familiar hills of Warwickshire to the more populous approaches to the great city. London in the late 1580s was a city of contrasts: magnificent buildings alongside crowded tenements, wealth and poverty in close proximity, danger and opportunity intertwined. The population was growing rapidly, reaching perhaps 200,000 by the end of the century. The Thames was the city's main thoroughfare, crowded with boats carrying people and goods. The streets were narrow, often muddy or dusty, depending on the weather, filled with the cries of vendors, the conversations of citizens, the sounds of craft and commerce. And it was here, in this vibrant, challenging environment, so different from the quiet market town of his birth, that William Shakespeare would find his true calling and begin the body of work that ensures we still speak his name with reverence more than 4 centuries later. But that is a story for another night, as we leave the young Shakespeare on the threshold of his great adventure, carrying with him the rich experiences of his Stratford childhood, the language, the observations, the understanding of human nature that would soon find expression in some of the greatest works of literature ever created. As you drift toward sleep, picture once more the quiet streets of Stratford, the flowing river, the timber-framed house where a baby was born, whose words would one day be spoken on stages throughout the world. In the gentle rhythm of his early years, the seasons turning, the church bells ringing, the family gathering around the hearth, lay the foundations of genius, waiting patiently to flower. Let us drift further into the story as we explore the next part of this fascinating journey. In the gentle twilight of history, where time moves like a slow river, we find the roots of William Shakespeare, whose words have flowed through centuries like a comforting stream. Let us journey back, unhurriedly, to the soil from which this remarkable life grew, allowing the soft cadence of his family's story to carry you toward peaceful rest. The Shakespeare family story begins not with fanfare, but with the quiet persistence of ordinary folk living through extraordinary times. The name Shakespeare, or Shaxper, as it was sometimes spelled in those fluid days before standardized spelling, suggests ancestors who were energetic and physical people, the name likely derived from a nickname for someone who brandished a spear with notable enthusiasm, perhaps a soldier or a performer in local pageants. Imagine these distant figures moving through medieval England, carrying this name through generations like a cherished heirloom, not knowing it would one day resonate across the globe. William's father, John Shakespeare, was born around 1530, during the tumultuous reign of Henry VII, when England was experiencing profound religious and cultural transformation. John grew up in Snitterfield, a small village about 4 miles northeast of Stratford-upon-Avon. The countryside there rolls gently, with soft hills embracing fertile valleys, dotted with sheep grazing on tender grass. In spring, wildflowers would carpet the meadows in delicate colors, while autumn would bring a tapestry of gold and amber to the surrounding woodlands. John's father, Richard Shakespeare, was a tenant farmer on the estate of Robert Arden, a prosperous landowner of ancient lineage. The Shakespeares lived the rhythm of rural life, rising with the sun, tending crops and animals, their days measured by seasons rather than hours. They would have known the satisfaction of harvest, the quiet endurance of winter, the hopeful renewal of spring. Their hands would have been calloused from honest work, their faces weathered by sun and wind. As a young man, John Shakespeare moved from this pastoral setting to the market town of Stratford-upon-Avon, seeking greater opportunity. The town, nestled alongside the gently flowing river Avon, was a place of modest commerce and community. Timber-framed buildings lined streets that followed medieval patterns, while the impressive Holy Trinity Church stood as a spiritual anchor for the townspeople. John arrived in Stratford during the 1550s, a time when the town had about 2,000 residents living in close community. John Shakespeare was ambitious and industrious. He established himself as a glover, crafting fine leather gloves for the gentry and working people alike. Imagine him in his workshop, the rich scent of leather in the air, his fingers working methodically as he cut and stitched materials into useful beauty. He would also have dealt in wool and other agricultural products, maintaining a connection to the rural economy from which he had come. In time, he became a prominent figure in Stratford, serving in various civic positions, including ale taster, constable, chamberlain, alderman, and eventually high bailiff, equivalent to mayor. In 1568, William's mother came from even more substantial stock. Mary Arden was the youngest daughter of Robert Arden, John Shakespeare's father's landlord. The Ardens were an ancient family of Warwickshire, their lineage stretching back before the Norman conquest of 1066. They were among the landed gentry, people of considerable standing in the county. Mary grew up in a comfortable farmhouse in Wilmcote, surrounded by the gentle Warwickshire countryside, learning the skills of household management that would serve her well in married life. The marriage of John Shakespeare and Mary Arden in about 1557 represented a step up the social ladder for John. It brought him not only a wife, but also property and enhanced status through connection to a respected family. Mary inherited land from her father when he died in 1556, bringing valuable assets to the marriage. Their union bridged the world of the yeoman farmer and tradesman with that of the minor gentry, creating a household where ambition and tradition would blend. The young couple settled in Stratford, in a house on Henley Street that John had purchased. This substantial dwelling, parts of which survive today as the Shakespeare birthplace, would have provided ample space for a growing family and a workshop for John's trade. The house stood in the heart of the town, where the sounds of daily life, the calls of vendors, the laughter of children, the clatter of carts on cobblestones would have drifted through its windows from dawn until dusk. Into this home, children began to arrive. Joan was first, baptized in September 1558, but she lived only a few months, a common and heartbreaking reality in an age when infant mortality was high. Margaret followed in 1562, but also died young. Then, in April 1564, William was born, baptized on the 26th of that month. The spring air would have been sweet with blossoms as the infant was carried to Holy Trinity Church for this ceremony, the same church where 52 years later his body would be laid to rest. William was followed by Gilbert in 1566, Joan the second to bear this name in 1569, Anne in 1571, Richard in 1574, and finally Edmund in 1580. The Shakespeare household would have been bustling with activity, filled with the everyday dramas of a large family. Laughter and tears, work and play, the countless small moments that shape a childhood. The Shakespeare children grew up in a home where tradition and innovation coexisted. Their father was upwardly mobile, involved in town governance and business ventures beyond his trade. Their mother brought the influence of a more established family with deeper roots in the land. The children would have absorbed both the practical skills of commerce and the cultural heritage of rural Warwickshire. The religious context of William's childhood was complex and potentially fraught. He was born during the early years of Elizabeth I's reign, when England was firmly Protestant, but many still held Catholic sympathies. Some scholars have suggested that John Shakespeare may have had Catholic leanings, though he outwardly conformed to the established church as his civic positions required. If true, this would have added a layer of complexity to family life, perhaps teaching young William early lessons about the nuances of public and private identity. The family's fortunes fluctuated during William's childhood. In his early years, they enjoyed relative prosperity. John Shakespeare's business thrived, and his position in town government brought status, if not wealth. The family would have eaten well, with bread, cheese, vegetables from their garden, and meat more often than many of their neighbors could afford. Their home would have been comfortably furnished by the standards of the time, with rushes or woven mats on the floors, wall hangings for both decoration and insulation, and beds with feather mattresses for at least some family members. But in the 1570s, when William was in his teens, John Shakespeare's financial and social standing began to decline. He stopped attending council meetings, accumulated debts, and was involved in various legal disputes. The reasons for this reversal remain unclear. Perhaps failed business ventures, religious nonconformity that made public office untenable, or simply the challenge of supporting a large family in uncertain economic times. Whatever the cause, this change would have affected the entire household, perhaps requiring older children like William to contribute more to family income. Despite these challenges, education remained a priority. William attended the King's New School in Stratford, a grammar school of good quality, where he would have received a solid foundation in Latin literature, rhetoric, and composition. School days were long, beginning at dawn and continuing until dusk, with a brief break midday when boys would return home for the main meal. The instruction was rigorous, with physical punishment a common motivator. Yet here, William encountered the classical authors who would later influence his writing: Ovid, Virgil, Cicero, Seneca. Their words becoming part of the mental landscape he would draw upon throughout his creative life. Beyond formal education, William's development was shaped by the rich cultural environment of Stratford and its surroundings. The town hosted traveling players who performed in inn-yards or the guild hall, offering early exposure to drama. Local festivals marked the turning of seasons with music, dance, and folk traditions that reached back to pre-Christian times. These celebrations followed the agricultural year, planting and harvest, midsummer and midwinter, connecting townspeople to the rhythms of the countryside that surrounded them. The natural world itself was an education. The Shakespeare children would have known intimately the flora and fauna of Warwickshire, the wildflowers that bloomed in sequence through spring and summer, the birds whose songs marked dawn and dusk, the trees whose wood warmed their home and furnished their surroundings. The family traditions would have followed the Christian calendar, with special meals and customs for Christmas, Easter, and other holy days. The 12 days of Christmas would have been particularly festive, with the Lord of Misrule presiding over temporary inversions of social order, music and games enlivening dark winter evenings. Imagine the Shakespeare home during these celebrations, firelight flickering on the faces of family gathered close, the scent of special foods prepared only for these occasions, voices raised in songs passed down through generations. Storytelling was surely part of family life. In an age before widespread literacy and mass media, oral tradition remained vital. Tales of local history, family lore, and folk legends would have been shared around the hearth, especially during winter evenings when darkness fell early and outdoor work ceased. These stories of fairies and changelings, historical battles and romantic legends, family triumphs and tragedies, became part of the rich mental inventory William would later transform into art. The Shakespeare family's roots in Warwickshire stretched deep into English soil. The county itself had been at the heart of England's history for centuries, site of battles during the Wars of the Roses, and home to powerful noble families like the Beauchamps of Warwick Castle. This regional identity, neither northern nor southern, but distinctly Midland, gave the Shakespeares a perspective that was both provincial and connected to national currents. As you drift towards sleep, picture young William absorbing all these influences: the practical knowledge of his father's trade, the domestic arts of his mother's household, the formal learning of the grammar school, the informal education of nature and community. See him walking the streets of Stratford, along the banks of the Avon, through the fields and woods surrounding the town, gathering impressions that would later be transformed by his extraordinary imagination. The Shakespeare family story is one of quiet persistence through changing times, of ambition tempered by setbacks, of ordinary life lived with dignity, if not always ease. It reminds us that genius does not emerge from nowhere, but grows from particular soil, nourished by specific circumstances, shaped by the hands of those who came before. As your consciousness gently ebbs toward sleep, let the rhythm of these long-ago lives carry you back through time. Feel the continuity between their world and ours, the human experiences that remain constant despite centuries of change. In the quiet spaces between these words, find rest, knowing that tomorrow the story continues, flowing like the Avon past Stratford's banks, ever-changing, yet somehow eternal. The peaceful narrative of this life continues as we turn our attention to what happened next. In the gentle market town of Stratford-upon-Avon, nestled along the softly flowing waters of the river Avon, young William Shakespeare's earliest days unfolded in a world both simple and rich with sensory experience. The town itself was modest in size, home to perhaps 2,000 souls, all living within a close community where everyone knew their neighbors and their business. The streets were narrow, winding paths of packed earth that turned to mud in the rainy seasons, lined with timber-framed houses that leaned slightly toward one another, as if sharing whispered secrets across the centuries. As you relax and let your mind drift back to this distant time, imagine the soft golden light of morning touching the half-timbered buildings of Henley Street, where John Shakespeare, William's father, had established his home and workshop. The house itself was sturdy and practical, built of local timber, with walls filled in with wattle and daub. A mixture of twigs, clay, and straw that created surprisingly effective insulation against the cool English weather. The exterior was whitewashed, giving it a clean appearance that stood out against the weathered wood of its frame. Inside this home, where William was born in April of 1564, the rooms were simple but comfortable by the standards of the day. The main living area centered around a large hearth, the heart of family life, where meals were prepared, where the family gathered in the evenings, and where, during cold winter nights, they would share stories and conversation by firelight. This hearth provided not just warmth, but the gentle, hypnotic dance of flames that must have captured young William's imagination as he drifted toward sleep on winter evenings. The floors were typically packed earth, covered with rushes and sweet-smelling herbs that released their fragrance when walked upon. A natural carpet that brought the sense of the countryside indoors. In more prosperous times, the Shakespeare family might have afforded woven rush mats or even wool rugs in some rooms. The soft crackle of these natural floor coverings beneath bare feet or leather shoes created a gentle soundtrack to daily movement through the house. Windows were small openings covered with oiled paper or linen that allowed diffused light to enter while keeping out the worst of the weather. These translucent coverings created a soft, dreamlike quality to the indoor light, casting gentle shadows that shifted with the passing day. Imagine young William watching these changing patterns of light and shadow, perhaps seeing in them the first stirrings of dramatic scenes that would one day fill his imagination. The furnishings would have been sparse by our modern standards. Solid wooden tables and benches, perhaps a few chairs for the adults, storage chests that doubled as seating, and simple beds filled with straw mattresses and wool blankets. The Shakespeare home likely had several sleeping chambers, with William sharing space with his siblings, as was common practice. The gentle sounds of breathing, the occasional shifting of bodies on straw mattresses, the whispered conversations before sleep, these formed the nighttime soundscape of William's childhood. Outside the home, Henley Street itself was alive with the rhythms of commerce and community. As a glover and widower, one who prepared fine leather, John Shakespeare's workshop would have been filled with the rich, earthy smells of animal hides and the various substances used to treat them. The distinctive aroma of alum, lime, and other tanning agents would have permeated the air, mingling with the scents of oils and waxes used to soften and preserve the leather. The workshop would have resonated with the gentle sounds of tools, the scraping of knives on hide, the tap of wooden mallets, the swish of brushes applying treatments. As you sink deeper into relaxation, picture young William moving between this workshop and the streets beyond, absorbing the sights and sounds of Elizabethan Stratford. The town was a market center, and on market days, the central square would transform into a vibrant tapestry of activity. Farmers from the surrounding countryside would bring their produce, vegetables arranged in neat piles, fruits in season displayed in woven baskets, cheeses wrapped in cloth, eggs nestled in straw. Livestock would be led through the streets, adding their calls and movements to the gentle chaos. The market sounds would have formed a soothing backdrop. The low murmur of haggling voices, occasional laughter, the clucking of chickens in wicker cages, the distant lowing of cattle. Vendors would call out their wares in melodic, practiced phrases that had a rhythm all their own. The aromas would have been equally rich: fresh bread from the bakers, herbs and spices from merchants who dealt in more exotic goods, the earthy smell of vegetables freshly pulled from garden soil. In this market, languages and accents mingled. While most spoke the local Warwickshire dialect, travelers and merchants might bring hints of London speech, or even occasional words of French, Dutch, or other languages. This rich tapestry of sound surely planted early seeds in William's ear for the varied cadences and vocabularies that would later fill his plays with such linguistic diversity. Beyond the market and the town's center lay the gentle countryside of Warwickshire, a landscape of soft, rolling hills, meandering streams, and ancient woodlands. The River Avon curved gracefully around Stratford, its waters moving in a slow, dreamy rhythm that invited contemplation. Along its banks, willows dipped their slender branches toward the surface, creating dappled patterns of light and shadow on the water. Water birds moved unhurriedly among the reeds, occasionally taking flight with a soft flutter of wings. As the seasons turned, this natural world offered a constantly changing palette of sensory experiences. Spring brought the delicate scent of apple and cherry blossoms from the orchards, the first tentative songs of returning birds, and the bright green of new leaves unfurling. Summer filled the air with the drowsy buzz of bees among wildflowers, the sweet smell of new-mown hay from the surrounding fields, and the cooling relief of wading in the shallow edges of the Avon on hot days. Autumn painted the landscape in warm golds and russets, filled the air with the earthy scent of falling leaves and ripening fruits, and brought the gentle, rhythmic sounds of harvest, scythes swishing through grain, apples tumbling into baskets. winter transformed Stratford with occasional blankets of snow that muffled all sound, creating a hushed landscape where smoke rose in lazy columns from chimneys. And inside, families gathered close to hearths for warmth and companionship. The natural world was not merely a backdrop, but an integral part of daily life. The Shakespeare family, like all families of the time, lived in closer harmony with natural rhythms than we do today. Days were measured by sunlight, seasons dictated activities, and weather shaped plans. This intimate connection with nature's patterns would later emerge in William's works, where seasons and natural elements often mirror human emotions and experiences with remarkable sensitivity. Social life in Stratford centered around several important institutions. The church, Holy Trinity, stood near the river, its spire visible from much of the town. The gentle tolling of its bells marked the hours and called the faithful to services, creating a soothing auditory rhythm that structured the week. Inside its cool stone walls, William would have absorbed the cadences of the Book of Common Prayer and the King James Bible, language that would later infuse his own writing with its poetic power. The grammar school, located in the town center, was where William received his formal education, beginning around age 7. The schoolroom was a single large chamber with high windows that let in streams of light that would slowly move across the wooden floor as the day progressed. Boys sat on simple wooden benches, their quills scratching softly on paper or slate as they copied Latin exercises. The gentle voice of the schoolmaster reciting classical texts created a hypnotic backdrop to their studies. Education in this period focused heavily on Latin grammar and literature. Young students would memorize and recite passages from Roman authors like Ovid, Virgil, and Seneca, their voices rising and falling in the measured cadences of classical poetry. This immersion in language and rhetoric laid the foundation for William's later facility with words. His ear attuned from childhood to the music inherent in language. The rhythm of the school day was gentle but structured, beginning early in the morning, perhaps 6 o'clock in summer, and continuing until late afternoon with a break for the midday meal. The soft sounds of Latin recitation, the occasional correction from the master, the rustling of pages being turned. These formed the soundtrack of William's intellectual awakening. Community gatherings provided another layer to Stratford's social fabric. Holidays and festivals punctuated the year with moments of celebration and communal joy. May Day brought dancing around maypoles erected in the town center, with ribbons creating colorful patterns as dancers moved in circular patterns to the accompaniment of pipe and tabor. Midsummer celebrations filled the longest days with bonfires, whose warm glow and gentle crackling created a dreamlike atmosphere as dusk slowly descended. Harvest festivals in autumn offered thanksgiving for nature's bounty, with tables laden with seasonal foods roasted meats, fresh breads, pies filled with apples and berries. The winter season brought Christmas celebrations that lasted for 12 days, with special foods, songs, and the ancient tradition of the Yule log burning slowly in the hearth, releasing its stored sunlight to brighten the darkest days of the year. Traveling players occasionally visited Stratford, setting up temporary stages in inn-yards or the town square. These performances would have offered young William his first glimpse of the theatrical world that would later become his life's work. Imagine him standing among the townspeople, watching as actors in colorful costumes brought stories to life, their voices projecting across the open air, their gestures broad and expressive to reach even the farthest spectators. The performances might include morality plays with their allegorical characters representing virtues and vices, histories that dramatized events from England's past, or comedies filled with physical humor and wordplay. The stages were simple wooden platforms, perhaps with a curtained area at the back for entrances and exits, and few props beyond what actors could carry. Yet, in this simplicity lay the seeds of theatrical magic, the transformation of empty space into imagined worlds through the power of language and performance. As night falls and you drift closer to sleep, picture the Shakespeare household in evening quietude. The day's work complete, the family gathers near the hearth, where a small fire provides both warmth and gentle illumination. The soft crackle of burning wood creates a soothing backdrop to quiet conversation. Perhaps John Shakespeare shares news from the town council or discusses business matters, while Mary tends to mending or other handwork, her needle making a barely perceptible sound as it passes through fabric. The younger children might play quietly with simple toys, wooden figures, cloth dolls, small objects that stimulate imagination without requiring elaborate materials. William, growing older, might be tasked with reading aloud from a book borrowed from a neighbor or the school, his voice rising and falling in the cadences of story, already developing the ear for language that would serve him so well in years to come. Outside, Stratford settles into nighttime stillness. The streets empty as townspeople retire to their homes. Perhaps the occasional lantern moves through the darkness as someone makes a late journey home. The river Avon continues its unhurried flow, reflecting occasional moonlight or starlight on its surface. Night birds call softly from the surrounding countryside, their voices carrying across the quiet town. The Shakespeare family home gradually transitions to sleep, with family members retiring to their chambers. Beds with their straw mattresses receive tired bodies, woolen blankets, and perhaps fur coverings in winter, providing warmth against the night chill. The sounds of the house change, creaking timbers settling, the diminishing sounds of the fire as it burns down to embers, the deep breathing of sleepers. Young William, lying in shared sleeping quarters with siblings, might watch the last flickering light from a candle or rushlights, creating dancing shadows on the wall before darkness envelops the room. In this quiet space between wakefulness and sleep, perhaps his mind already began weaving the stories and characters that would one day populate the stages of London and eventually the world. As you drift toward sleep yourself, imagine how these early experiences, the sights, sounds, and rhythms of Stratford, were being absorbed by William's developing consciousness, creating the foundation upon which his extraordinary imagination would later build. The physical and social environment of his childhood provided not just the backdrop, but the very materials from which he would craft his understanding of human nature and the world. As you relax deeper, let us now softly explore the next chapter of this soothing biography. The Shakespeare family home gradually transitions to sleep, with family members retiring to their chambers. Beds with their straw mattresses receive tired bodies, woolen blankets, and perhaps fur coverings in winter, providing warmth against the night chill. The sounds of the house change, creaking timbers settling, the diminishing sounds of the fire as it burns down to embers, the deep breathing of sleepers. Young William, lying in shared sleeping quarters with siblings, might watch the last flickering light from a candle or rushlights, creating dancing shadows on the wall before darkness envelops the room. In this quiet space between wakefulness and sleep, perhaps his mind already began weaving the stories and characters that would one day populate the stages of London and eventually the world. As you drift toward sleep yourself, imagine how these early experiences, the sights, sounds, and rhythms of Stratford, were being absorbed by William's developing consciousness, creating the foundation upon which his extraordinary imagination would later build. The physical and social environment of his childhood provided not just the backdrop, but the very materials from which he would craft his understanding of human nature and the world. When morning light filtered through the small windows of their home on Henley Street, young William would rise with the household. The gentle routines of morning would unfold around him. The rekindling of fires, the preparation of simple morning meals, the sounds of Stratford coming to life outside their walls. Soon, William would make his way through the winding streets of Stratford-upon-Avon to the grammar school, King's New School, where his formal education would take shape. The walk to school was itself an education of sorts. Imagine young William, perhaps 7 years old when he began his schooling, moving through the streets of his hometown. The river Avon flowing gently nearby, the calls of merchants setting up their wares, the scents of bread baking and animals in the nearby fields. All these sensations would have filled his senses, creating a tapestry of impressions that would later emerge in the rich sensory details of his plays. The schoolroom awaited him, a space both intimidating and full of promise. Grammar schools in Elizabethan England were serious places of learning, with long hours that stretched from dawn until dusk. 6 days each week. Picture the room, perhaps with wooden benches worn smooth by generations of students, windows allowing in natural light, the smell of ink and parchment hanging in the air. Here, William would sit alongside boys from various backgrounds, sons of tradesmen, merchants, and local officials, all receiving the same classical education. The schoolmaster, likely a university-educated man with a firm belief in discipline and the value of classical learning, would have presided over this room. We can imagine him pacing between the rows of students, his voice rising and falling as he led the boys through their lessons. Though we don't know the name of Shakespeare's teacher with certainty, this unknown figure played a profound role in shaping one of history's greatest literary minds. Latin formed the cornerstone of the curriculum. The boys would begin with basic Latin grammar, memorizing rules and conjugations that would become second nature through daily repetition. The gentle rhythm of these recitations might have had an almost meditative quality. The voices of young boys rising and falling in unison as they committed these ancient patterns to memory. Think of young William, his voice blending with those of his classmates, the cadences of Latin becoming part of the music of his mind. As the boys progressed, they would encounter the works of classical authors, Ovid, Virgil, Cicero, Seneca, and others. These texts weren't simply read, but inhabited. Students would be expected to memorize long passages, to translate back and forth between Latin and English, and even to compose their own Latin verses and orations. The stories from Ovid's Metamorphoses, with their magical transformations and passionate encounters between gods and mortals, would later find echoes in Shakespeare's own works, particularly his romantic comedies and later romances. Imagine William sitting by candlelight in the early morning or evening hours, perhaps at the family table, his fingers tracing the lines of text as he committed them to memory, the mythological figures and their stories, Pyramus and Thisbe, Philomela, Proserpina, becoming as familiar to him as the people of Stratford. These tales of transformation, of human passions and divine interventions, were being woven into the fabric of his imagination, creating patterns that would later emerge in new forms in his own creative work. The school days were long and demanding. Students typically arrived before 6 in the morning and remained until 5 or later in the afternoon, with a brief break to return home for the midday meal. The discipline was strict, with the rod a common instrument of correction. Yet, within this structured environment, something remarkable was happening in William's mind. A blossoming of language and ideas that would transcend the limitations of his formal education. Beyond Latin, the boys would have studied some Greek, logic, and rhetoric, the art of persuasive speaking and writing. Rhetoric especially would prove invaluable to the future playwright, teaching him the patterns of effective argument, the power of metaphor and simile, the rhythms of persuasive speech. When Mark Antony addresses the citizens of Rome after Caesar's death, or when Henry V rallies his troops before battle. We hear the echoes of these early lessons in rhetoric, transformed by Shakespeare's genius into something uniquely powerful. The boys would practice composition by keeping commonplace books, collections of quotes, ideas, and observations that caught their attention. Picture William carefully copying passages that resonated with him, perhaps adding his own thoughts in the margins. This practice of collecting and reflecting on language would serve him well throughout his career, as he drew on an astonishing range of sources for his plays and poems. Beyond the classroom, William's education continued in less formal but equally important ways. Stratford, though a provincial market town, was not isolated from the wider currents of Elizabethan culture. Traveling players would occasionally visit, setting up their stages in inn-yards or other public spaces. Imagine young William, perhaps slipping away from chores or studies, standing wide-eyed at the edge of a crowd as actors brought stories to life before him. Histories, comedies, biblical tales, and moral allegories. These performances would have offered a glimpse into another world, one where language took physical form, where stories unfolded in real time before an audience. The power of these experiences cannot be overstated in the movements of the actors, the reactions of the crowd, the transformative magic of theatrical illusion. Seeds were being planted that would one day grow into the greatest body of dramatic work in the English language. Music, too, formed part of his informal education. In church, he would have heard the psalms and hymns that were part of Anglican worship. In the streets and taverns, folk songs and ballads told stories of love, loss, heroism, and humor. These musical patterns, the marriage of words and melody, would later emerge in the songs that punctuate his plays, from Ariel's ethereal Full Fathom 5 to the body-drinking songs of Falstaff and his companions. At home, William's education continued in yet another direction. His father, John Shakespeare, was a glove maker and wool dealer who also held various civic positions in Stratford. Young William would have observed the craft of glove making, the cutting and shaping of leather, the careful stitching, the finishing touches that made a quality product. This attention to craft, to the patient building of something both useful and beautiful, may have influenced his later approach to constructing plays, with their intricate patterns and careful details. From his mother, Mary Arden, who came from a family of landowners, he might have gained a different perspective. Stories of rural life, knowledge of plants and animals, perhaps even fragments of older folk beliefs and customs that survived in the countryside. The detailed references to flowers, herbs, and rural practices that appear throughout his works suggest a deep familiarity with this world. As William entered adolescence, his formal education likely came to an end, probably around the age of 14 or 15. This was typical for the time, only those bound for university or the church would continue formal studies beyond this point. For most boys, including William, it was time to begin learning a trade or profession. What William did immediately after leaving school remains one of the mysteries of his biography. Some scholars suggest he may have worked as a teacher's assistant or usher at the grammar school for a time. Others propose he might have worked in his father's business, learning the trade of glove-making. Still, others have suggested legal apprenticeship, service in a noble household, or even a period working with one of the hunting establishments in the area. This gap in our knowledge allows us to imagine William in these formative years, absorbing experiences that would later inform his work. Perhaps he traveled beyond Stratford, seeing more of Warwickshire and the surrounding counties. But whatever the specifics of these years, we know that by his early 20s, Shakespeare had accumulated enough knowledge, experience, and creative vision to begin his career as a playwright. The education he received, formal and informal, in classrooms and streets, from books and from life, had prepared him in ways that no one could have anticipated. The classical learning from his grammar school days provided structures, stories, and a rich vocabulary. His observations of human behavior in Stratford offered insights into character and motivation. The performances of traveling players sparked his theatrical imagination. The craftsmanship he witnessed in his father's workshop taught him about the patient building of complex structures. The natural world around Stratford gave him a treasury of images and metaphors. All of these elements were simmering together in his mind, combining and recombining in unique ways. The process was invisible, internal, a quiet alchemy taking place beneath the surface of ordinary days. No one watching the young man from Stratford could have guessed that these commonplace experiences were being transformed into something extraordinary. As you drift toward sleep, imagine this process of intellectual and creative development, not as a series of dramatic events, but as a gentle accumulation of impressions, ideas, and insights, like a river gathering strength from countless small tributaries. Shakespeare's genius was forming from the countless moments of his early life, each one contributing its own small current to the mighty flow that would eventually emerge. The patterns of language he absorbed from Latin texts and English sermons, the rhythms of folk songs and market-day conversations, the visual compositions of theatrical performances, and everyday Stratford scenes, all were becoming part of his creative vocabulary, ready to be drawn upon when he began to write. In this way, Shakespeare's education was both ordinary and extraordinary. Ordinary in its outward forms, extraordinary in what his unique mind made of these common materials. As sleep approaches, let this thought gently accompany you into dreams. That greatness often grows from the most ordinary of circumstances, transformed by the mysterious workings of human creativity and imagination. Our soothing biography continues with a look at the next important period in this incredible life. Imagine young William Shakespeare, a boy with quiet curiosity, absorbing the world around him like soft earth soaking up rain. No single mentor stood towering over his life. No single voice shouted above all others to shape him. Instead, his genius was nurtured by a chorus of influences, each one whispering to him in different moments, leaving gentle impressions that would later bloom in his plays and poetry. One of the earliest voices belonged to his father, John Shakespeare, a glovemaker and burgess of Stratford. Though not a learned man in the classical sense, John possessed the quiet wisdom of a tradesman who understood people in the workshop amid the scent of leather and the rhythmic stitching of gloves. Young William would have listened to his father's stories of merchants, travelers, and the small dramas of Stratford life. These tales, simple yet full of human truth, may have been the first seeds of Shakespeare's fascination with character. A glovemaker's hands, rough from labor, could shape delicate things, just as his son would later shape delicate words into enduring art. At the King's New School in Stratford, William encountered the stern but steady guidance of schoolmasters who drilled him in Latin grammar and rhetoric. The lessons were strict, the memorization grueling, but within these rigid structures, language revealed its music. He would have recited the works of Ovid, Plautus, and Seneca, their rhythms imprinting themselves in his mind like the steady beat of a lullaby. The schoolmaster's cane might have struck the desk to emphasize a point, but the real punishment, or perhaps the real gift, was the demand for perfection in speech. Those early years of repetition and recitation gave Shakespeare an ear for the cadence of human speech, the rise and fall of emotion in a phrase, the power of a well-placed word. Beyond the classroom, the streets of Stratford hummed with other teachers. Market days brought travelers, peddlers, and performers, each with their own stories. A wandering minstrel might sing a ballad of lost love, his voice cracking with emotion, and the young William, lingering at the edge of the crowd, would store away the melody and the sorrow. A preacher at Holy Trinity Church might thunder about sin and redemption, his words rolling like distant thunder, stirring something deep in the boy's imagination. Even the gossip of neighbors, the whispered scandals, the petty rivalries, was a kind of education, teaching him that human nature was the same whether in a king's court or a country village. When Shakespeare left Stratford for London, he entered a world thick with new influences. The theater was his true school now, and the actors and playwrights who worked beside him became his unwitting mentors. Among them was Christopher Marlowe, the brilliant, fiery playwright whose verse burned with ambition and danger. Though they may never have been close friends, Marlowe's work, filled with soaring language and tragic heroes, showed Shakespeare what was possible on the stage. It was as if Marlowe had thrown open a door, revealing a new way to write about power, desire, and fate. Shakespeare, ever the careful observer, absorbed these lessons and then made them his own, smoothing Marlowe's rough edges into something more subtle, more deeply human. Another figure who left his mark was Richard Burbage, the greatest actor of their age. Burbage's performances were electric, his ability to embody a character so complete that audiences forgot they were watching a play. In rehearsal rooms and backstage conversations, Shakespeare would have studied Burbage's craft, the way he moved, the way he delivered a line, the way he made even silence dramatic. Their collaboration was one of mutual respect. Burbage brought Shakespeare's words to life, and Shakespeare, in turn, wrote roles that challenged and showcased Burbage's immense talent. It was a quiet partnership, built not on grand declarations, but on the steady work of creating something beautiful together. Even the Queen herself, though distant, was an unseen presence shaping Shakespeare's world. Elizabeth I's court was a glittering spectacle of power and poetry, where words could win favor or spell ruin, though Shakespeare likely never spoke directly to her. The awareness of her influence, her love of pageantry, her sharp wit, her ability to command loyalty permeated his writing. In plays like A Midsummer Night's Dream and The Merry Wives of Windsor ***, one can almost sense the shadow of Elizabeth's court, a world where cleverness and performance were survival. Yet perhaps the most enduring mentor of all was the city of London itself, with its teeming streets and restless energy. The Thames carried ships from distant lands, their cargoes of spices and silks filling the air with strange scents. The taverns buzzed with talk of politics, love, and money. The playhouses, standing tall amid the noise, were places where a man could reinvent himself night after night. London taught Shakespeare that stories were everywhere, in the laughter of a drunkard, in the sigh of a lovelorn apprentice, in the quiet desperation of a beggar. The city was his library, his stage, his muse. As the years passed, these influences wove themselves into the fabric of Shakespeare's mind, becoming inseparable from his own voice. The schoolmaster's Latin lessons echoed in the speeches of Brutus and Hamlet. The rhythms of country ballads resurfaced in the songs of his fools. The fire of Marlowe's verse tempered into the melancholy wisdom of Prospero. And so, as you drift toward sleep, imagine these mentors not as towering figures, but as gentle guides, each one leaving a small mark, a quiet word, a fleeting impression. Like the soft glow of distant candles, their light helped illuminate the path Shakespeare walked, step by step, until his own brilliance outshone them all. And in that quiet passing of wisdom from one mind to another, there is something deeply comforting, a reminder that no one creates alone, that even genius is a kind of inheritance, passed down in whispers and half-remembered lessons, waiting to be born anew in the right hands at the right time. Let this thought carry you into rest, that the voices of the past never truly fade, They linger in the words we read, the stories we tell, the dreams we shape. And perhaps, in the quiet of the night, they still speak to us, if only we listen. Let your mind float with these gentle recollections as we move forward in our story. In the quiet hush of history, as the late 16th century unfolded, a young William Shakespeare began to step from the familiar lanes of Stratford-upon-Avon into the vast, humming world of London. The city was a living, breathing thing, its streets crowded with merchants, its air thick with the scent of roasting chestnuts and the distant tang of the Thames. The theaters, still new and glittering with possibility, stood like beacons for storytellers, drawing in those who wished to shape words into worlds. And so, with little more than his wits and the echoes of his education, Shakespeare ventured forth, a man of modest beginnings, yet carrying within him the seeds of something extraordinary. His earliest steps into the world of theater were not grand, nor were they marked by instant acclaim. Like any craftsman, he had to learn the trade from the ground up. Some say he began as a humble playhouse attendant, holding horses for wealthy patrons outside the playhouses. A role so simple it hardly seemed the prelude to greatness. Others whisper that he may have joined a troupe of traveling players, absorbing the rhythms of performance, the way an actor's voice could fill a space, how a well-timed pause could silence an audience. Whatever the truth, those first years were a slow unfurling, a quiet apprenticeship in the art of holding attention, of making words live and breathe. By the late 1580s, the London theatre scene was alive with rivalry and innovation. Playwrights like Christopher Marlowe and Thomas Kidd were reshaping drama with their bold, fiery verse, and the public's appetite for stories was insatiable. It was into this ferment that Shakespeare began to write, first perhaps as a collaborator, adding scenes or polishing dialogue for others, learning the delicate alchemy of structure and speech. His earliest known works, plays like Henry V.I. and the Comedy of Errors Asterisk, were experiments, testing the waters of history and farce, borrowing from the classics he had studied in school, yet infusing them with a freshness that hinted at something more. The challenges he faced were many. The theater was a precarious profession, subject to the whims of patrons, the fickleness of crowds, and even the disapproval of authorities who saw playhouses as dens of vice. Plague outbreaks could shutter the theaters for months, leaving actors and writers scrambling for survival. Competition was fierce, and a failed play could mean financial ruin. Yet, through it all, Shakespeare's gift for language and his keen understanding of human nature began to set him apart. Where others relied on bombast or spectacle, he wove subtlety into his characters, giving them depth and contradiction, making them feel as real as the people in the audience. By the early 1590s, he had found a home with the Lord Chamberlain's men, a company of players who would become his artistic family. Here, among actors like Richard Burbage, a man whose voice could shake the heavens, and the shrewd impresario James Burbage, Shakespeare's talents found fertile ground. The company performed at the theatre, one of London's first permanent playhouses, a wooden O where the magic of storytelling took flight night after night. It was here that Shakespeare's early comedies, like A Midsummer Night's Dream asterisk, began to enchant audiences with their playful wit and moonlit mischief, while his histories, like Richard Roman III asterisk, thrilled them with tales of ambition and downfall. Yet even as his reputation grew, he was not immune to hardship. In 1593, the plague returned with a vengeance, closing the theaters for nearly 2 years. Many actors fled the city, and playwrights turned to other forms of writing to survive. It was during this quiet interlude that Shakespeare turned his hand to poetry, composing Asterisk Venus and Adonis and the Rape of Lucrece Asterisk, works that would earn him the patronage of the Earl of Southampton and prove that his genius was not confined to the stage. When the theaters reopened, Shakespeare returned with renewed vigor, his craft deepened by time and reflection. The late 1590s saw the flowering of his middle period, plays like The Merchant of Venice asterisk and Much Ado About Nothing asterisk blended comedy with darker shadows, while Henry V asterisk roused audiences with its stirring patriotism. All the while, he was learning, always learning, from the actors who spoke his lines, from the crowd's murmurs and silences, from the very air of the playhouse itself. And so, as the century turned, William Shakespeare was no longer the uncertain newcomer, but a master of his art, his name whispered with reverence in the taverns and playhouses of London. Yet even then, his greatest works still lay ahead, waiting in the quiet, like the next turn of a page, the next breath before a soliloquy. As you drift now, let these early struggles and triumphs lull you like the gentle cadence of a well-told tale. Picture the flicker of candlelight in the globe, the murmur of the crowd, the hush as the players take the stage. And know that even the greatest of stories begin with small steps, quiet determination, and the patient gathering of wisdom, night by night, word by word. Sleep now, and may your dreams be as rich and as softly unfolding as the early days of a poet's journey. Drifting like clouds across the evening sky, we now move to the next part of this calming life story. In the quiet hush between acts, between the rise and fall of applause, Shakespeare's greatest works took shape slowly, like dawn creeping over the Thames. The early 1600s saw him at the height of his powers, weaving stories so rich, so full of human truth, that they would echo through the centuries. It was in these years that he gave the world Hamlet asterisk, a play that asked questions as deep as the night sky, questions about life and death, love and betrayal, the very nature of existence. The Prince of Denmark, haunted and contemplative, spoke words that would linger in the minds of audiences forever. To be or or not to be. Each syllable was weighed, each pause deliberate, as if Shakespeare himself was listening to the rhythm of the human soul. The Globe Theatre, with its open sky and wooden beams, became a vessel for these stories. The actors, clad in the vibrant fabrics of the time, moved like shadows and light across the stage, their voices rising and falling with the cadence of Shakespeare's verse. He wrote not just for the page, but for the breath, the body, the living moment of performance. His lines were made to be spoken aloud, to roll off the tongue like music, to settle into the listener's heart. And so they did night after night, play after play. Then came Othello Asterisk, a tale of love poisoned by jealousy, of trust unraveled like a thread pulled too tight. The Moor of Venice, noble and flawed, stood at the center of a storm, his tragedy unfolding with the inevitability of a falling star. Shakespeare understood the human heart in all its contradictions, how love could turn to suspicion, how a single whisper could undo a life. He listened to the world around him, to the murmurs of the court, the gossip of the streets, and spun them into something timeless. And who could forget King Lear Asterisk, an old man's descent into madness, stripped of power, stripped of everything but his own fragile humanity. The storm on the heath, the howling wind, the broken king raging against the cruelty of fate. It was as if Shakespeare had reached into the very depths of sorrow and brought it to the stage. Yet even in the darkest of his tragedies, there were moments of tenderness, of beauty, like a single candle flickering in the void. But Shakespeare was not only a master of sorrow. His comedies shimmered with wit and delight, with mistaken identities and lovers' quarrels, with endings that tied themselves up in ribbons of joy. Twelfth Night Asterisk, with its cross-dressing heroines and love-struck fools, danced like sunlight on water. A midsummer night's dream wove magic into the ordinary. Fairies flitting through the forest, love potions stirring hearts into delightful chaos. He knew that laughter was as necessary as tears, that the world needed both to breathe. And then there were the late plays, Asterisk, The Tempest Asterisk, his final masterpiece, a story of forgiveness and second chances. Prospero, the exiled duke turned magician, stood on the shores of his island, his books of spells laid aside, his anger softened into wisdom. It was as if Shakespeare himself was saying farewell, releasing his creations into the world like birds from an open hand. The poetry here was quieter, more reflective, like the sigh of the tide going out. Through it all, his process remained a mystery, as quiet and steady as the turning of pages in a candlelit room. He borrowed stories from history, from legend, from the tales travelers told in taverns. But he made them his own, filling them with voices so real they seemed to speak directly to each listener. He collaborated with his actors, shaping lines to fit their strengths, listening to the rhythm of their speech. He observed, always observed, the way a father held his child, way a lover's voice trembled, the way grief could hollow a face. His impact was immeasurable, not just in his time, but in all the years that followed. His words became part of the language itself, phrases so perfect they slipped into everyday speech without notice. All the world's a stage. The course of true love never did run smooth. His plays were performed in grand theaters and humble courtyards, for kings and commoners alike. They crossed oceans, were translated into countless tongues, became a shared inheritance for all who love stories. And so, as you let these words drift over you like a quiet tide, remember that greatness is often built slowly, one word at a time, one thought after another. Shakespeare's legacy was not born in a single moment, but in the steady accumulation of days, of dreams, of listening to the world and giving it back in verse. His genius was not in being unlike the rest of us, but in seeing what we all feel and giving it voice. So close your eyes now and imagine the soft rustle of parchment, the scratch of a quill, the slow unfurling of a story that would outlast its teller. Let the rhythm of his words, the rise and fall of his sentences, lull you into rest. Sleep, and may your dreams be filled with the quiet magic of a playwright's craft, where every word is a step on a journey, every silence a space for wonder. As your breathing becomes more regular, let us continue with the next chapter of our biography. Imagine the quiet lanes of Stratford-upon-Avon in the late 16th century, where a young William Shakespeare walked, his mind perhaps already humming with the rhythms of words, yet unwritten. One of the first pivotal moments in his life came when he was just 18, standing at the threshold of adulthood, faced with a decision that would alter his path forever. He married Anne Hathaway, a woman 8 years his senior, and soon after, they welcomed their first child. The responsibilities of family life could have tethered him to Stratford, to a life of quiet domesticity, tending to his father's glove-making trade or working the land. But something within him stirred, a restlessness, a longing for something more. Had he chosen differently, had he remained in Stratford, the world might never have known his name. The plays that would later define an era, the sonnets that would capture the depths of human emotion, might have remained locked inside him, unspoken. But Shakespeare, like many great artists, listened to the quiet call of his own curiosity. Sometime in the late 1580s, he left his hometown and ventured to London, a city teeming with noise and ambition, where the theaters buzzed with new ideas and the air crackled with creative energy. That journey to London was a turning point, a leap into the unknown. The city was a place of both opportunity and uncertainty, where playwrights and actors lived hand-to-mouth, their fortunes tied to the whims of audiences and the favor of patrons. Shakespeare could have faltered, could have been swallowed by the competition, but instead, he found his footing. He began as an actor, standing on the wooden planks of the stage, feeling the pulse of the crowd, learning the rhythms of performance. It was here, in the shadow of the playhouse, that he began to write. His early plays were experiments, imitations of the popular styles of the time. But even then, there were flashes of something extraordinary had he been content to mimic, to follow the well-trodden paths of other writers. His name might have faded into obscurity. But Shakespeare had a gift for seeing deeper, for hearing the music in ordinary speech and turning it into poetry. His decision to push beyond convention, to blend comedy with tragedy, to give even his fool's wisdom and his king's flaws, set him apart. One of the most defining moments of his career came with the formation of the Lord Chamberlain's Men, the acting company that would later become the King's Men. This was no small thing. It was a partnership, a commitment to a shared vision of theater had he chosen to remain a solitary figure, writing plays for whoever would pay. His work might have been lost to time. But by aligning himself with a company, he ensured that his words would be performed, remembered, passed down. The Globe Theatre, built in 1599, became a home for his stories, a place where his imagination could take flight night after night. And then there were the choices he made in his writing itself. At any point, he could have rested on his successes, repeating the formulas that pleased the crowds. But Shakespeare was never content with standing still. He took risks, delving into darker, more complex territory with plays like Hamlet and King Lear **, exploring the shadows of the human soul. He could have shied away from such depths, could have stuck to the light-hearted comedies that made him famous. But he didn't. He followed his curiosity, trusting that the audience would follow, and in doing so, he redefined what theater could be, even in his later years, when he could have retired comfortably to Stratford. His work was not done. He collaborated with other playwrights, experimenting with new forms, never losing his hunger for storytelling. And then, quietly, he stepped away, leaving the stage to others. His final acts were not grand gestures, but quiet ones, a will carefully written. His legacy left in the hands of those who loved his work. What if he had never left Stratford? What if he had stayed an actor, never daring to write? What if he had chosen safety over risk, convention over innovation? The world would be poorer for it, our language less rich, our understanding of ourselves less profound. But Shakespeare, like all of us, was shaped by his choices, by the moments when he listened to the whisper of his own heart and followed where it led. And so, as you drift toward sleep, think of those small, quiet decisions that shape a life, the paths taken, the roads not traveled. Shakespeare's greatness was not written in stone from the beginning. It was woven, word by word, choice by choice, into the tapestry of his days. His legacy reminds us that even the most ordinary moments can hold the seeds of something extraordinary, if only we have the courage to nurture them. Let the stillness of the night wrap around you now, as gentle as the turning of a page, as soft as the closing of a curtain. Imagine the quill being set down, the candle flickering low, the playwright's work done for the day. Sleep, and may your dreams be as boundless as his imagination, as full of possibility as the blank parchment before the first word is written. The calming story continues as we gently examine what happened next in this remarkable journey. The life of William Shakespeare was not lived in solitude, though history often remembers him alone, standing in the glow of his own genius. But like all of us, he was shaped by the people who walked beside him, those who loved him, challenged him, believed in him, and sometimes even disappointed him. These relationships, woven quietly into the fabric of his days, left their mark not only on his heart, but on the very words he wrote, the plays he crafted, the sonnets that still whisper to us across the centuries. Let us begin with Anne Hathaway, the woman who became his wife. She was older than him by 8 years, a woman of quiet strength and practicality, the daughter of a farmer in Shottery, just a mile from Stratford. Their courtship was swift, their marriage even swifter, necessitated by the coming of their first child, Susanna. Some have wondered if theirs was a love match or a marriage of obligation. But the truth, as always, is likely more complicated. Anne was the steady presence who kept his home while he wandered London's bustling streets, who raised their children in his absence, who waited while he chased dreams that must have seemed distant and uncertain in those early days. Did he think of her often as he penned the great love stories of Romeo and Juliet, of Beatrice and Benedick? Did the quiet constancy of their life together inspire the tender loyalty of a Portia, or the enduring patience of a Hermione? Their marriage was not without its strains. The long separations, the whispers of infidelity. Some scholars believe the famous Dark Lady of the Sonnets may have been a real woman who stirred passion and turmoil in Shakespeare's heart. Yet Anne remained a fixed point in his life, the keeper of his home, the one to whom he returned in the end. When he retired to Stratford, it was to her side, to the house they had built together, and in his will, he left her his second-best bed, a bequest that has puzzled historians for centuries. Was it a slight, or was it, perhaps, the bed they had shared, the one that held their most private moments, their whispered conversations in the dark? Beyond Anne, there were his children, Susanna, the eldest, bright and strong-willed, and the twins, Hamnet and Judith. Hamnet's death, at just 11 years old, left a wound that never fully healed. Some say it was this loss that deepened the sorrow in Shakespeare's later works, that gave us the aching grief of King Lear, the haunting absences in The Winter's Tale. Judith, his surviving daughter, lived a life marked by both independence and hardship, a reminder that even the children of greatness must find their own way. In London, Shakespeare found another kind of family, the actors and writers who became his collaborators, his rivals, his friends. There was Richard Burbage, the great tragedian, whose voice brought Hamlet and Othello to life. whose presence on stage was so magnetic that audiences wept at his performances. The two men shared not only a stage, but a deep professional respect, a bond forged in the heat of creation. And then there was Henry Condell and John Heminges, fellow actors who would later gather Shakespeare's plays into the first folio, ensuring his words would never be lost to time. Without them, so much might have vanished, like breath on a cold morning. His relationship with Ben Jonson was more complicated, a friendship laced with rivalry, admiration mixed with playful jabs. Jonson, the learned classicist, sometimes scoffed at Shakespeare's lack of formal education. Yet, he could not deny the raw power of his friend's imagination. He was not of an age, but for all time, Jonson would later write, a tribute that carries the weight of true understanding. Their debates over wine in the Mermaid Tavern must have been lively, full of laughter and pointed wit, the kind of exchange that sharpens the mind and warms the soul. And then there were the patrons, the noblemen whose support allowed Shakespeare's work to flourish. The Earl of Southampton, to whom he dedicated his early poems, was more than just a benefactor. He was a muse, the fair youth of the sonnets, the embodiment of idealized beauty and grace. Their relationship, whatever its nature, was one of deep affection, of letters exchanged and favors given. Without Southampton's encouragement, would Shakespeare have dared to write Venus and Adonis, to step beyond the confines of the stage and into the realm of poetry? Even the Queen herself, Elizabeth and later James I, played their part in his story. Their love of theater gave his company prestige. Their patronage opened doors. Their very presence in the audience raised the stakes of every performance. To write for a queen, to entertain a king, these were honors that shaped his ambitions, that pushed him to reach ever higher. But perhaps the most profound relationship of all was the one he shared with his audience, that nameless, ever-changing crowd that laughed at Falstaff's jests, held their breath as Desdemona pleaded for her life, sighed at the star-crossed fate of Romeo and Juliet. They were his collaborators, too, their reactions teaching him what worked, what moved them, what kept them coming back. In the flickering light of the globe, their faces were his mirror, showing him the power of his own words. As the years passed, these relationships shifted, as all relationships do. Friends grew older, rivals faded, children married and moved away. The bustling world of London's theaters gave way to the quieter rhythms of Stratford, to the comfort of familiar streets and the company of old neighbors. And through it all, the plays kept coming, each one a reflection of the lives he had touched and been touched by. What if he had never left Stratford? What if he had stayed, content to be a glovemaker's son, a small-town husband and father? The world would never have known Hamlet's soliloquies, Juliet's balcony, Prospero's magic. But more than that, Shakespeare himself would never have known the fullness of his own gifts, the reach of his own heart. It was in the weaving together of these relationships, the love, the loss, the laughter, the longing, that he became not just a writer, but the voice of humanity itself. And so, as you drift toward sleep, think of the people who have shaped your own story, the quiet bonds that have made you who you are. Like Shakespeare, we are all the sum of our connections, the echoes of voices that have spoken to us in the dark. Let the soft weight of that truth settle over you now, as gentle as a curtain falling at the end of a play. Rest, and may your dreams be filled with the warmth of those who have walked beside you, just as they walked beside him all those centuries ago. Allow yourself to sink deeper into comfort as we explore the next phase of this soothing biography. Imagine William Shakespeare in his later years, walking the quiet lanes of Stratford at dusk, the golden light softening the edges of the world. Though his mind still brimmed with stories, his days were no longer filled with the clamor of London's playhouses. Instead, he moved through the small, comforting rhythms of home, the scent of baking bread drifting from the kitchen, the sound of birds settling in the trees near the river Avon, the familiar creak of the wooden gate as he stepped into his garden. He had always been a man who cherished the ordinary as much as the extraordinary. Even at the height of his fame, he found solace in simple things, the weight of a book in his hands, the quiet pleasure of mending a fence on his property, the taste of ale shared with old friends at the local tavern. Some say he loved walking most of all, letting his thoughts wander as his feet carried him along the riverbank or through the fields just beyond town. There, with the wind brushing through the grass, he could untangle the knots of a scene or find the perfect turn of phrase that had eluded him at his desk. His family was the quiet center of his world. Anne, his wife, had been his companion for decades, their bond woven through years of separation and reunion, joy and sorrow. Though history tells us little of their private life, one can imagine them sitting together in the evenings, the firelight flickering, speaking of their children, Susanna, married and settled nearby, and Judith, still finding her way in the world. And always, there was the memory of Hamnet, the son they had lost too soon, a tender ache that never fully faded. Shakespeare was a man who understood absence. He had spent long stretches away from Stratford, drawn by the demands of his craft. Yet he always returned. Perhaps it was the pull of the land he had slowly acquired over the years, the orchards and gardens he tended with quiet pride. Or perhaps it was the knowledge that here, in this unassuming corner of England, he could simply be Will, father, neighbor, friend, not the celebrated playwright whose words echoed across the world. In his final years, he seemed to savor the small moments even more deeply. There were visits from his grandchildren, their laughter ringing through the house, and long conversations with old acquaintances who remembered him before fame had touched his life. He enjoyed the changing seasons, the crisp apples of autumn, the first snow dusting the thatched roofs, the green shoots of spring pushing through the earth. And always there were books. His library was well stocked, filled with histories, poetry, and volumes on medicine, law, and the natural world. Even in repose, his mind was restless, curious, always reaching for new understanding. Some say he kept a small notebook by his bedside, scribbling lines as they came to him in the quiet hours of the night. Others believe he dictated his final works to his daughter Susanna, his voice measured and calm as she carefully recorded his words. But the truth is, we will never know for certain. What remains is the sense of a man who lived fully, who loved deeply, and who, even in stillness, never ceased to observe the world with wonder. And so, as you close your eyes tonight, picture him there, sitting by the window as twilight deepens, the pages of a book open in his lap, the murmur of the household winding down around him. He is at peace, his stories told, his heart full. Let his stillness become yours, his quiet contentment a gentle lullaby. Breathe in the hush of evening, the soft rustle of leaves outside, the distant call of a night bird. Feel the weight of time settling like dust in the air, unhurried, undisturbed. Sleep now, and may your rest be as deep and tranquil as the river that flowed past his home, carrying his words like whispers into the waiting world, like a gentle river flowing toward the sea. Our story continues with the next meaningful chapter. Imagine waking with the sun, as he often did, in the quiet hours before the world stirred. The air would still be cool, the light soft and golden as it crept through the small, leaded windows of his Stratford home. William Shakespeare would rise slowly, stretching the stiffness from his limbs, before padding across the wooden floorboards to the basin of water left out the night before. The splash of cool water on his face, the rough texture of the linen towel. These small rituals marked the beginning of his day, grounding him in the present moment before his mind wandered into the realms of poetry and play. Breakfast was simple bread, perhaps still warm from the oven, spread with honey from the hives kept at the edge of the garden. A cup of small beer or weak ale to wash it down. He might eat in silence, listening to the sounds of the household slowly coming to life. The creak of the stairs as his wife Anne moved about. The murmur of servants beginning their chores. The distant clatter of pots in the kitchen. If the weather was fine, he might step outside, breathing in the scent of dew-damp grass, watching as the mist curled over the river Avon. These quiet mornings were a time for gathering thoughts, for letting his mind drift over the words he would later commit to paper. By mid-morning, if he was home in Stratford, he might retreat to his study, a small, book-lined room where the light pooled in gentle patches across the desk. Here, his quill would scratch steadily across the page, dipping now and then into the inkwell, the words flowing as naturally as breath. Some days, he worked on new plays, drafting scenes in quick, fluid strokes. Other days, he revised, crossing out lines, rewriting, searching for just the right rhythm, the perfect turn of phrase. The room smelled of parchment and ink, of the beeswax used to polish the furniture, of the faint, lingering scent of the herbs strewn across the floor to keep it fresh. If the words would not come, he might take a walk, strolling through the garden or along the riverbank, letting his thoughts unravel in the open air. He observed everything, the way the willow branches trailed in the water, the flash of a kingfisher's wing, the laughter of children playing in the distance. These small details would later find their way into his work, woven into sonnets or slipped between the lines of a play, giving his words their timeless, lived-in quality. When he was in London, the rhythm of his day shifted. Mornings might find him at the Globe, rehearsing with his fellow players, the wooden stage echoing underfoot as voices rose and fell in the crisp morning air. He would watch, listen, sometimes stepping in to adjust a line or suggest a gesture, his presence steady and calm amid the bustling energy of the theater. Afternoons were for meetings with patrons, with printers, with fellow writers, discussions held over cups of wine in dimly lit taverns, the air thick with the scent of roasted meat and pipe smoke. Lunch, whether in Stratford or London, was a hearty affair. Bread, cheese, cold meats, perhaps a slice of pie, washed down with ale or cider. If he dined at home, the meal might be shared with family or friends, the table alive with conversation, the clatter of cutlery, the warmth of shared laughter. In London, he might eat at a tavern, surrounded by the hum of city life, the cries of street vendors drifting in through the open windows. The afternoons were often his most productive hours. In Stratford, he might return to his desk, the slanting light casting long shadows across the page as he worked. In London, he might write in the quiet corner of an inn, the scratch of his quill blending with the murmur of other patrons. He carried a small notebook with him always, its pages filled with fragments of dialogue, bits of poetry, observations of the people around him. A merchant arguing over the price of cloth, a young couple stealing glances at each other, an old soldier telling tales of battles long past. These fragments were the seeds of his stories, waiting to be nurtured into full bloom. Evenings were a time of gentle winding down. In Stratford, he might sit by the fire, a book in hand, the flames casting flickering light across the pages, and might join him, sewing quietly in her chair, the rhythmic motion of her needle a soothing counterpoint to the turning of pages. Outside, the night would settle softly over the town, the stars emerging one by one in the vast, dark sky. In London, the evenings were livelier. There might be a performance at the theater, the stage alive with color and movement, the audience roaring with laughter or gasping in suspense. Afterward, he might gather with the actors at a nearby tavern, the room thick with the warmth of shared triumph, the clink of glasses, the rise and fall of voices, exchanging stories of the night's successes and mishaps. As the night deepened, he would return to his lodgings, the streets quiet now, the air cool against his skin. If sleep did not come easily, he might reach for that small notebook by his bedside, scribbling a line or two by the faint glow of a candle. Or he might lie still, listening to the distant sounds of the city, the watchman's call, the occasional bark of a dog, the sigh of the wind through the eaves, letting his thoughts drift like leaves on a slow-moving river. And so, as you imagine his days, orderly yet fluid, filled with both quiet reflection and lively creation, let the rhythm of his life soothe you. Feel the steady pace of his routines, the gentle balance of work and rest, the way each day unfolded like the pages of a well-loved book. Let your breathing slow to match his, your thoughts softening like the edges of a dream. Sleep now, and may you drift as peacefully as he did, wrapped in the quiet certainty of a day well spent, a heart at ease. The night holds you gently, just as it held him, and morning will come soft and golden when it is time. As your thoughts grow quieter, we'll continue our peaceful exploration of this fascinating life. William Shakespeare's mind was a quiet, deep river, flowing with thoughts that shaped not only his plays and sonnets, but the very way he moved through the world. If you listen closely, you can hear the steady current of his philosophy, gentle, yet unshakable in the words he left behind. He believed in the complexity of human nature, the fleeting beauty of life, and the power of love to both wound and heal. His worldview was not rigid, but fluid, shaped by observation, reflection, and the quiet wisdom of someone who had seen much and pondered even more. In his younger years, his writings sparkled with the idealism of youth, the belief in grand romance, and the triumph of virtue. Think of Romeo, whispering sweet nothings to Juliet under the moonlight, convinced that love could conquer all. But as time passed, his tone softened into something richer, more tempered by experience. He began to see the shadows as well as the light, the betrayals, the follies, the quiet tragedies of ordinary lives. Hamlet's famous soliloquy, "To be or not to be," was not just a dramatic monologue, but a reflection of Shakespeare's own musings on existence, on the weight of choice, on the delicate balance between action and surrender. He understood that people were rarely all good or all evil, but a shifting blend of both. In The Merchant of Venice*, Shylock is not merely a villain, but a man wounded by prejudice, demanding his pound of flesh not out of pure malice, but from a place of deep human hurt. Shakespeare's empathy stretched wide enough to encompass even those society scorned, and in doing so, he asked his audience to look deeper, to question their own judgments. Shylock asks, and in that moment, Shakespeare reminds us that every soul, no matter how different, beats with the same longing for dignity. His personal values were rooted in patience, observation, and a quiet appreciation for the fleeting nature of life. There was no despair in these words, only a gentle acceptance, a reminder to cherish the moments we have. for they are brief and beautiful. He did not rage against time, but instead seemed to move with it, like a leaf carried by a slow stream, trusting in the natural order of things. Love, in all its forms, was a guiding force in his philosophy. Romantic love, yes, but also the love of friends, of family, of the world itself. For him, true love was constant, a fixed star in an ever-changing sky, even in his comedies, where mistaken identities and chaotic twists abounded. Love was the force that untangled every knot, the quiet truth beneath the laughter. He also believed in the redemptive power of forgiveness. Shakespeare seemed to whisper through his characters that holding on to hatred only weighs down the soul, while forgiveness lifts it, light as a feather on the wind. His own life was marked by practicality as much as poetry. He was a man of business as well as art, investing in property, managing a theater company, navigating the politics of Elizabethan England with a quiet shrewdness. Yet, he never let the demands of the world harden him. There was always a softness in his gaze, a willingness to see the humor, the sorrow, the humanity in every situation. Even in his bustling life in London, he carried the stillness of Stratford with him, the rolling fields, the gentle Avon, the quiet of country nights where thoughts could stretch and breathe. As he grew older, his writing took on a more reflective, almost autumnal quality. In The Winter's Tale*, he wrote of second chances, of time's ability to heal even the deepest wounds. "It is required you do awake your faith," he urged, as if gently reminding us that hope is always worth holding on to, no matter how long the winter lasts. There was no fear in these words, only peace, as if he were ready to lay down his pen and let the tide of time carry him where it would. If there was one thread that ran through all of Shakespeare's beliefs, it was this: life is transient, fragile, and infinitely precious. We are all players on a vast stage, our roles small but meaningful, our stories woven into something greater than ourselves. He did not seek to lecture or preach, only to observe, to understand, and to share what he saw with a kindness that still touches us today. So as you drift toward sleep, let his quiet wisdom settle over you like a soft blanket. Imagine him in his study, candlelight flickering across parchment as his pen moves in smooth, unhurried strokes. He knew, as you know now, that the night is for rest, for dreams, for letting go. And when morning comes, it will come gently, as it always does, bringing with it the promise of new words, new stories, new chances to live well and love deeply. Sleep now, as he once did, wrapped in the quiet certainty that all is as it should be. The world turns, the river flows, and the stars, like his words, remain steady, luminous, and full of quiet grace. With each breath becoming slower and deeper, let us turn to another aspect of this soothing story. Even the brightest stars face clouds, and William Shakespeare's life, though luminous in its legacy, was not without its seasons of shadow. His path, like all great journeys, was shaped by quiet struggles, moments of doubt, loss, and uncertainty that softened his understanding of the world and deepened the gentle wisdom in his words. When he was just a boy in Stratford-upon-Avon, the world around him was often unkind. Plague swept through England in waves, closing theaters and leaving streets hushed with grief. The disease took many, and though young William was spared, the specter of death lingered in the air like morning mist. It was his first lesson in impermanence, the fragile thread that connects all lives. He would later write of it in hushed, poetic tones, as if soothing the fears of those who had lost as he had. As a young man, he left behind the comfort of home, venturing into the vast, restless city of London with little more than his wit and a love for stories. The streets were crowded, noisy, and often cruel. Playwrights were many, and success was rare. Some days, the words flowed like a clear stream. Other times, they dried up entirely, leaving him staring at blank parchment, the candle burning low. But he learned patience, the slow art of waiting for inspiration to return, like the tide to the shore. The theaters where his plays were performed faced their own trials. Puritans condemned the stage as sinful, and outbreaks of plague forced the playhouses to shut their doors for months, even years. Actors went hungry, scripts went unperformed, and the future of his craft seemed uncertain. Yet Shakespeare did not despair. Instead, he turned inward, writing quieter, more introspective works, sonnets that whispered of love's endurance, of time's relentless march, of beauty found even in sorrow. Then came personal losses that cut deeper still. His only son, Hamnet, died at just 11 years old. The grief was a weight Shakespeare carried in silence, though traces of it surfaced in his writing. In The Mourning of Kings, The Lament of Fathers, the fragile hope that love might outlast even death. He did not rage against his pain, but let it settle into his work, like rain soaking into earth, nourishing something new. Even at the height of his success, there were challenges. Rival playwrights mocked him. Critics dismissed his work as too common, too emotional. Some said he borrowed too freely from older tales. But Shakespeare understood that all stories are woven from the same threads: joy, sorrow, love, betrayal. And that what mattered was not the novelty of the tale, but the truth in its telling. He took the old stories and made them breathe anew, filling them with characters so real they seemed to step off the page. When the Globe Theatre burned to the ground during a performance of Henry Roman VIII*, the flames leaping into the sky like a scene from one of his own tragedies, he could have seen it as an ending. Instead, he helped rebuild it, stronger than before. The fire had taken wood and thatch, but not the spirit of the players, not the stories that lived inside them. In his later years, as his pace slowed and his hand grew less steady, he returned to Stratford, to the quiet of the countryside. The man who had once thrived in the noise of London now found solace in rustling leaves and the slow turn of the seasons. He had known fame, but also fatigue. He had seen his words celebrated, but also misunderstood, and so he stepped back, like an actor leaving the stage, content to let his work speak for itself. Through every setback, Shakespeare responded not with bitterness, but with a quiet resilience, a belief that even the darkest night gives way to dawn. His struggles taught him tenderness for the fallen, the forgotten, the flawed. He knew that heroes stumble, that lovers part, that kings are mortal. And in knowing this, he wrote not of perfect lives, but of life as it truly is, fragile, fleeting, and infinitely precious. So as you rest tonight, remember that even the greatest among us have weathered storms. Shakespeare's troubles did not break him, they softened him, made his words more true, his heart more open, and just as he found peace in the turning of the world, so too can you. Let the quiet of the night wrap around you, knowing that every difficulty, like every joy, is but a passing season. The stars still shine, the river still flows, and tomorrow, like all days, will bring its own gentle mercies. Sleep now and dream in peace. The tapestry of this remarkable life unfolds further as we gently explore the next meaningful period. There are sides to William Shakespeare that history books often overlook, quiet corners of his life where he was not the towering genius of literature, but simply a man with small joys and private fascinations. He was, after all, flesh and blood, with habits that made him human, routines that grounded him, and passions that had nothing to do with the stage. One of the lesser-known truths about him was his love for gardens, not the grand, manicured estates of nobility, but humble, tangled patches of earth where herbs and flowers grew wild. In his Stratford home, New Place, he kept a modest garden where he would often wander in the early mornings, when the dew still clung to the leaves. He knew the names of plants, not just as a poet might, for their beauty, but as someone who understood their uses, which flowers could soothe a fever, which herbs could ease a troubled mind. There is something quietly comforting in imagining him there, fingers brushing rosemary or lavender, inhaling their scent as the sun rose over the thatched roofs of his hometown. He was also, surprisingly, a man who enjoyed silence, though he lived by the roar of the London playhouses, crafting words meant to be spoken aloud. He often sought out the opposite, the hush of empty rooms, the whisper of pages turning. Some of his best thinking was done not in the clamor of the city, but in the stillness of early dawn, when the world had not yet woken. It is said he would sometimes sit by the river Avon before sunrise, watching the mist curl over the water, letting his thoughts drift like the current. Then there was his unexpected skill with numbers. Though we think of him as a master of language, he had a sharp, practical mind for business. He was not just an artist, but an investor, a shareholder in the Globe Theatre, who understood the delicate balance of profit and loss. He bought property, lent money, and navigated legal disputes with the same careful precision that he used to shape a sonnet. It is a small irony that the man who wrote of star-crossed lovers and mad kings was also, quietly, a shrewd businessman who knew the value of a pound. His contradictions did not end there, though his plays are filled with kings and queens, with grand speeches and sweeping emotions. He himself was not a man of grand gestures. Those who knew him spoke of his quiet demeanor, his thoughtful pauses, his ability to listen as much as he spoke. He was not the boisterous, larger-than-life figure one might expect from his work, but rather someone who observed the world with a still intensity, storing away details like a magpie collecting treasures. And then there were the small, everyday pleasures that made up his private world. He loved music, though he never claimed to be a musician. Some say he had a decent singing voice, though he would never have performed in public. He enjoyed a simple meal, good bread, sharp cheese, a mug of ale far more than the lavish feasts of London's high society. He had a fondness for birds, particularly the swallows that nested in the eaves of his Stratford home, and would sometimes pause in his writing just to watch them dart across the sky. Perhaps most surprising of all was his sense of humor. The man who wrote tragedies that could break a heart also had a gift for the absurd, for bawdy jokes and quick wit. His friends spoke of his ability to make them laugh with a single, perfectly timed remark, often something dry and understated. He saw the ridiculousness in life, the way even the grandest moments could tip into farce, and he loved to tease it out in conversation, in letters, in the margins of his work. In his later years, when he returned to Stratford for good, he became something of a storyteller for the local children. They would gather near his garden, and he, no longer the celebrated playwright of London, would spin tales for them, some from his plays, others made up on the spot, always with a twinkle in his eye. He never wrote these stories down. They were just for them, just for the joy of watching their faces light up. These are the small truths that make him real. Not the myth, not the legend, but the man who tended herbs, who savored silence, who knew the weight of a coin as well as the weight of a word. He was not just the creator of Hamlet and Juliet, but also someone who mended fences, who got mud on his boots, who sometimes sat by the fire with nothing to say at all. And so, as you drift toward sleep, let these quiet details settle over you like a soft blanket. The greatest minds are still human, still made up of small moments and simple joys. Shakespeare knew this better than anyone, that life is not just in the grand speeches, but in the spaces between them, in the quiet mornings, the laughter of children, the scent of a garden after rain. Rest now, knowing that even genius has its ordinary hours, its humble delights, and in that there is comfort. Sleep well. As you settle more comfortably, our narrative flows onward like soft moonlight across still waters. Imagine, for a moment, the world as William Shakespeare knew it, a place of flickering candlelight and open hearths, of cobbled streets where the clatter of hooves mingled with the cries of street vendors. The air would have been thick with the scent of wood smoke, baking bread, and the damp earth of the Thames. It was an age of transformation, where the medieval world was slowly giving way to something new, something vibrant and uncertain. And in this shifting landscape, a glover's son from a small market town would rise to become the voice of an era. England in the late 16th century was a realm of contrasts. Queen Elizabeth, I sat upon the throne, her reign a golden age of exploration and artistic flourishing, yet also a time of deep religious tension and political intrigue. The Spanish Armada had been defeated just a few years before Shakespeare's earliest plays were performed, and the sense of national pride was palpable. London, where he would make his name, was a city of teeming energy, merchants trading silks and spices from distant lands, scholars debating the latest ideas from the continent, and common folk crowding into playhouses to escape their daily toil. The theater itself was undergoing a revolution. No longer confined to the courtyards of inns or the private halls of nobles, plays were now performed in grand, open-air amphitheaters like the Globe, where groundlings stood in the pit and the wealthy sat in the galleries, all equally rapt by the stories unfolding before them. It was a democratic art form, one that spoke to everyone, the bawdy humor for the apprentices, the poetic soliloquies for the educated, the tales of kings and clowns for all. Shakespeare understood this better than anyone. His words had to carry across the noise of the crowd, to hold the attention of a restless audience. And so he crafted language that was at once musical and immediate, full of wit and wisdom. Beyond the stage, the world was expanding in ways that would have seemed unimaginable just decades before. Explorers like Francis Drake circumnavigated the globe, returning with tales of distant lands and strange customs. The printing press had made books more accessible, and literacy was slowly spreading, though still a privilege of the few. Even in Stratford, where Shakespeare grew up, the rhythms of life were tied to the land, the planting of crops, the turning of the seasons, but also to the echoes of a wider world. Traveling players passed through, bringing stories of far-off places, and it's easy to imagine young Will, with his quick mind and keen ear, absorbing it all. Religion, too, cast a long shadow over daily life. The Reformation had split Europe, and England's own break with Rome under Henry VIII had left deep scars. Catholics and Protestants eyed one another with suspicion, and the threat of rebellion or persecution was ever present. Shakespeare's own family may have held secret Catholic sympathies, and this tension between outward conformity and private belief ripples through his works. Think of Hamlet, torn between action and doubt, or the weight of conscience in Macbeth. These were not just philosophical musings, but reflections of a world where faith was both deeply personal and dangerously political. And then there was the plague. It returned in waves, shutting theaters and emptying streets, a reminder of life's fragility. Shakespeare lived through outbreaks that claimed thousands. And in those quiet, fearful times, he may have turned to poetry, composing sonnets that grappled with love and mortality. When the playhouses reopened, the hunger for stories was even greater, a need to laugh, to weep, to feel alive in the face of death. Yet, amid these grand currents of history, there were also the small, quiet moments that shaped him. The murmur of the Avon River near his childhood home, the rustle of parchment as he penned his lines, the laughter of children gathered at his feet in his later years. He was a man who knew the value of silence as much as speech, who found inspiration not just in the sweep of history, but in the ordinary, the way a gardener tended his plants, the gossip of neighbors, the play of light on a dewy morning. So as you drift toward sleep, let these layers of time settle around you like gentle waves. The world that made Shakespeare was one of tumult and beauty, of vast change and intimate details, and perhaps that is why his words endure, because he understood the human heart in all its complexity, whether in the courts of kings or the quiet of a garden. Rest now, wrapped in the knowledge that even the greatest stories are woven from the threads of everyday life, and that in those threads there is peace. Sleep well. Let the rhythm of these words carry you further into relaxation as we continue our peaceful journey. William Shakespeare's words did not merely fill the stages of his time. They seeped into the very fabric of culture, changing how stories were told, how emotions were expressed, and how the world saw itself. His influence was like a quiet river, flowing through centuries, shaping language, art, and thought in ways so profound that even now we scarcely notice how deeply they have shaped us. In his own day, Shakespeare was already a towering figure, but not yet the untouchable icon he would become. His plays were popular, yes, but they were also part of the lively, competitive world of Elizabethan theater, full of rival playwrights, eager audiences, and the ever-present threat of closure due to plague or politics. Yet even then, there was something different about his work. His characters did not just speak, they felt. They were not merely figures in a story, but reflections of real human struggles, ambition, love, jealousy, despair. When Hamlet stood alone on stage, questioning existence itself, audiences did not just watch a prince, they saw themselves. As the years passed, Shakespeare's reputation grew, not in a sudden burst, but in a slow, inevitable swell. By the time the theaters reopened, after decades of Puritan rule, his plays were already being revived, their words preserved in memory, even when they had not been performed. Actors carried his lines with them like cherished heirlooms. And when the Restoration brought theater back to life, it was Shakespeare's stories that audiences clamored for. The 18th century saw his works enshrined as high art, no longer just entertainment, but literature to be studied, debated, and revered. Figures like Samuel Johnson, edited his plays, arguing for their depth and brilliance. Actors like David Garrick made their names performing Shakespeare, shaping how his characters were understood for generations. No longer just a playwright, Shakespeare became a symbol of England's cultural greatness, of the power of language, of the timeless truths of human nature. Across the ocean, as America took shape, Shakespeare traveled with the colonists. His words were performed in makeshift theaters, read by candlelight, quoted in political speeches. Even in the rugged New World, his plays offered a connection to the old, a thread of continuity in a land of upheaval. Presidents like Lincoln found solace in his tragedies, while writers like Emerson saw in him the very essence of poetic genius. But Shakespeare's influence was never confined to the English-speaking world. His plays crossed borders and languages, adapted and reimagined in countless cultures. In Germany, Goethe marveled at his depth. In Russia, Tolstoy wrestled with his legacy, both admiring and resisting his power. In Japan, his stories were reinvented through kabuki and no theater, proving that his themes, love, power, betrayal, were not bound by time or place. Even as the world modernized, Shakespeare remained. His words found new life in film. From Laurence Olivier's sweeping adaptations to Baz Luhrmann's vibrant, chaotic Romeo, plus Juliet asterisk. His stories were retold in novels, operas, ballets, even comic books, and perhaps most remarkably, his work never stopped evolving. Each generation found new meanings in his plays, seeing in them reflections of their own struggles. The 20th century, with its wars and revolutions, turned to Macbeth asterisk and Richard Roman III asterisk to understand tyranny. Feminists reclaimed the taming of the shrew asterisk, debating whether it upheld or subverted gender roles. Post-colonial writers examined the Tempest asterisk, seeing in Prospero and Caliban the dynamics of empire. Yet for all the grand interpretations, Shakespeare's true power may lie in the quiet moments. The way a single line can suddenly resonate in an ordinary life. A lover whispering Sonnet 18. A mourner finding solace in asterisk Hamlet, asterisk S farewell. A student stumbling upon a phrase that seems to speak directly to them. His words are not locked in the past, but live in the present, shifting and growing with those who encounter them. And so, as you drift toward sleep, think of the countless nights these words have been spoken, the countless hearts they have touched. The Globe Theatre is long gone, but its echoes remain in schoolrooms, in theaters, in the quiet of a reader's mind. Shakespeare's legacy is not just in books or stages, but in the way we understand ourselves, the way we give voice to joy and sorrow, the way we see the world. Rest now, knowing that even after all these years, his words are still here, gentle as a lullaby, waiting for the next reader, the next dreamer to find them. And in that stillness, there is a kind of immortality, not in monuments or statues, but in the quiet, endless life of stories. Sleep well. With the gentleness of falling snow, we transition now to another meaningful chapter in this life story. William Shakespeare's life is filled with small, quiet moments that reveal the man behind the legend, glimpses of his humor, his struggles, and the everyday world he inhabited, though much of his personal life remains a mystery. The fragments that survive paint a picture of someone who was not just a genius, but also a neighbor, a friend, and a man who knew both triumph and hardship. One of the earliest stories about Shakespeare comes from his childhood in Stratford-upon-Avon. It is said that young William was once caught poaching deer on the estate of Sir Thomas Lucy, a local landowner. The tale goes that he was punished for it, perhaps even whipped, and that the experience left him with a lasting grudge. Years later, when Shakespeare became a playwright, he may have taken a sly revenge by caricaturing Lucy in The Merry Wives of Windsor as the foolish Justice Shallow, a man mocked for his pretensions, and his coat of arms adorned with deer. Whether the story is entirely true or not, it captures something of Shakespeare's playful spirit, his ability to turn personal slights into art. Another quiet moment from his early life comes from his marriage to Anne Hathaway. She was 8 years his senior, and their union was hastened by the fact that she was already pregnant when they wed. The bond between them has long been a subject of speculation. Some say it was loveless, pointing to the fact that Shakespeare spent much of his later life in London, while Anne remained in Stratford. But there are tender details too. In his will, he famously left her his second-best bed, a bequest that has been debated for centuries. Some see it as an insult, but others believe it was a sentimental gesture, the bed they had shared as husband and wife, a private symbol of their life together. When Shakespeare arrived in London, he entered a world of noise and chaos, of crowded playhouses and rival playwrights. Yet, even here, there are small, revealing stories. He was known to act in his own plays, often taking minor roles. Imagine the audience, hushed in the flickering candlelight, hearing those words from the playwright himself, as if he were speaking not just to Hamlet, but to them. There are quieter moments, too, from his life as a businessman. He was not just an artist, but a shrewd investor, buying property in Stratford and even hoarding grain during a time of famine, a fact that complicates the image of him as purely a man of letters. Yet even this practical side had its softer edges. Records show that he once helped a neighbor settle a debt, acting as a guarantor in a small act of kindness that went beyond mere business. One of the most touching stories comes from his later years, when he returned to Stratford to live out his final days. His daughter Susanna had married a respected physician, John Hall, and the family was well regarded in the town. But tragedy struck when Shakespeare's only son, Hamnet, died at the age of 11. The loss must have been devastating, and though Shakespeare never wrote directly about it, some see echoes of his grief In the plays that followed, Twelfth Night Asterisk features twins separated by fate, and King John Asterisk contains a mother's anguished lament for her lost child. And then there is Hamlet Asterisk, written around the same time, with its haunting meditation on death and remembrance. Even in his final moments, there are stories that linger. It is said that he died on his birthday, April 23, though no one knows for certain. According to one legend, he spent his last evening drinking with fellow poets Ben Jonson and Michael Drayton, as if sharing one final toast to friendship and words. His grave in Holy Trinity Church bears a cryptic warning carved into the stone. Good friend, for Jesus' sake forbear to dig the dust enclosed here. Some say he wrote it himself, a final piece of verse to guard his rest. And then there are the stories that grew after his death. The way his friends gathered his plays into the first folio, ensuring they would not be lost. Or the legend that his skull was stolen from his grave. A tale that inspired later writers to imagine Shakespeare whispering from beyond the grave. But perhaps the most enduring stories are the quiet ones. The way a teacher in a small classroom might pause over a line from Macbeth Asterisk. The way an actor finds new meaning in a soliloquy performed 1,000 times before. The way a single phrase, "To thine own self be true." All the world's a stage. Parting is such sweet sorrow, can settle into someone's heart and stay there for a lifetime. Shakespeare's life was made up of these small moments, just as his plays are. The grand speeches and sweeping dramas are unforgettable, but it is often the quiet exchanges, the way Viola in Twelfth Night Asterisk says, "I am all the daughters of my father's house, and all the brothers too," or the way Falstaff laughs, "The better part of valor is discretion," that stay with us. These are the words that feel like they were written just for us, in a voice that never grows old. As you drift toward sleep, think of Shakespeare not as a distant figure from history, but as a man who knew laughter and loss, who walked the same streets we do, who left behind words that still feel alive. His stories are not just in books or on stages, but in the quiet of the night, when a single line comes back to you like an old friend. And in that moment, he is still here, still speaking, still dreaming with you. Sleep well, and let his words carry you into gentle rest. As your eyelids grow heavier, we'll softly explore another dimension of this fascinating biography. In the quiet years that followed Shakespeare's most prolific period, when the bustle of London's theaters and the clamor of audiences had faded into the background, he returned to Stratford-upon-Avon, the town where his story had begun. The thatched roofs and winding streets of his childhood welcomed him back. And there, in the comfort of New Place, the grand house he had purchased years earlier, he settled into a slower rhythm of life. The man who had once held the stage in the palm of his hand now walked the familiar lanes, perhaps pausing by the river Avon, watching the water ripple under the soft light of evening. It was a time of reflection, of tying loose ends, of being not just the playwright of global renown, but also a father, a husband, a neighbor. His final works, written in these twilight years, carry a sense of wisdom and quiet resolution. The Tempest Asterisk, often considered his farewell to the stage, is a play brimming with magic and forgiveness, where the exiled Duke Prospero, a man of great power and learning, chooses to lay aside his art and return to the world of ordinary life. It is as if Shakespeare himself, through this character, was gently stepping back, leaving the stage with grace. And then there was The Winter's Tale Asterisk, a story of loss and redemption, where a statue of a long-dead queen comes miraculously to life, as if to whisper that even in the coldest seasons of the heart, warmth can return. And Henry Roman VIII Asterisk, his last history play, with its grand pageantry and quiet moments of humanity, reminding us that even kings are made of flesh and blood. These final plays were different from the fiery tragedies and sparkling comedies of his youth. They were softer, more contemplative, as if written by a man who had seen much and now understood the value of stillness. When Shakespeare passed away on April 23, 1616, a date that would later become symbolic, shared with the feast day of St. George, England's patron saint, it was with little fanfare. There were no grand public tributes, no statues erected in his honor, no sense that the world had just lost its greatest writer. He was buried in Holy Trinity Church, his grave marked only by a simple stone with a warning carved into it: "Good friend, for Jesus' sake forbear to dig the dust enclosed here." Even in death, his words had the power to linger, to command attention with quiet authority. But though his body rested in Stratford, his spirit refused to be confined. His friends and fellow actors, John Heminges and Henry Kendall, undertook the monumental task of gathering his scattered plays into one volume, the first folio, published in 1623. Without their labor, half of Shakespeare's works might have been lost forever, slipping into the shadows like so many plays of that era. The folio was more than just a book. It was an act of love, a testament to the belief that these stories were too precious to let fade. In the centuries that followed, Shakespeare's words traveled far beyond the cobbled streets of London or the quiet churchyard in Stratford. They crossed oceans, were translated into countless languages, and found their way into the hearts of people who had never set foot in England. Monarchs quoted him, revolutionaries drew inspiration from him, and ordinary men and women found solace in his lines. His plays were performed in grand theaters and makeshift village squares, in war-torn cities and under starry skies. The words he had written for an audience of Elizabethan Londoners somehow spoke to every generation that came after. Perhaps the true magic of Shakespeare lies not just in the grandeur of his tragedies or the wit of his comedies, but in the way his language bends and shifts to fit the times. The same line to be or not to be can sound different in the mouth of a young actor full of fire than in the voice of an older one who has known sorrow. The same play, Romeo and Juliet asterisk, can feel like a rush of youthful passion one day, and a cautionary tale of haste the next. His words are like rivers, always moving, always finding new paths, yet always remaining themselves. And so, as the years turned into decades, and the decades into centuries, Shakespeare did not become a relic of the past, but a living presence. His characters walked off the page, and into the world Hamlet, the melancholy prince, forever questioning Lady Macbeth, her hands forever stained with invisible guilt, Rosalind, forever clever and kind, Bottom, forever blissfully unaware of his own foolishness. They became part of the way we understand ourselves, mirrors held up to human nature in all its beauty and frailty. Tonight, as you drift toward sleep, imagine Shakespeare not as a figure frozen in time, but as a man who once sat by a window, the scratch of his quill the only sound in the room, shaping words that would outlast him by centuries. Think of the way his stories still breathe, still comfort, still challenge us. The world he wrote about, full of love and betrayal, joy and grief, magic and simplicity, is the same world we live in now. The questions his characters asked are the ones we still ask, and in that way, he is still here, still whispering in the quiet, still inviting us to dream. So let his words carry you now, as they have carried so many before you, into rest. Let the rhythm of his language, the rise and fall of iambic pentameter, the gentle cadence of his prose, lull you into peace. And if, as you drift off, a line floats into your mind, we are such stuff as dreams are made on, perhaps, or sweet are the uses of adversity. Know that it is no accident. It is Shakespeare's voice, soft and timeless, reminding you that stories never really end. They simply wait, patient as the moon, for the next listener to hear them anew. Sleep well, and may his words be the gentle tide that carries you into the quiet of the night. The gentle cadence of our story continues, flowing like a peaceful stream through the next chapter. Imagine, for a moment, a world without Shakespeare. A world where Hamlet's soliloquies never echoed through the halls of literature, where Romeo and Juliet's love did not cast its shadow over countless love stories to come, where the mischievous Puck never whispered his magic into the ears of dreamers. It is difficult to picture, isn't it? Because Shakespeare did not merely write plays and poems. He gave the world a language for its deepest emotions, a mirror for its most complex truths. And though he lived over 400 years ago, his presence lingers, quiet but undeniable, like the faint scent of old parchment in a sunlit library. Consider how his words have traveled far beyond the wooden stages of Elizabethan England. They have crossed oceans, slipped into different tongues, and nestled themselves into the hearts of people who never set foot in Stratford-upon-Avon. In Japan, his tragedies are performed in the solemn beauty of no theater. In India, Bollywood films borrow his plots, weaving them into vibrant musicals where star-crossed lovers dance under monsoon rains. In Africa, his stories are retold with drums and dance, the rhythms of the continent breathing new life into his old words. Shakespeare does not belong to one place or time. He belongs to anyone who has ever loved, lost, laughed, or longed for something just out of reach. And think of the artists who have leaned on his work like a sturdy old tree, finding shade and inspiration beneath its branches. Jane Austen, with her sharp wit and keen eye for human folly, borrowed freely from his comedies. Charles Dickens, whose own characters seem to stride off the page with the same vividness as Shakespeare's, kept a bust of the bard on his desk, as if seeking his blessing before putting pen to paper. Even modern writers, from Toni Morrison to Margaret Atwood, have let his themes ripple through their stories, proving that the questions he asked about power, about justice, about what it means to be human, are still the questions that haunt us today. Theater, of course, has never let him go. Every year, in small black box theaters and grand opera houses alike, actors slip into the skins of his characters, discovering something new in roles that have been played for centuries. A Hamlet in the 21st century might carry the weight of modern anxiety, his to be or not to be tinged with the existential dread of our digital age. A Lady Macbeth might be portrayed not as a monstrous queen, but as a woman crushed by the expectations of ambition in a world that grants her no power of her own. Directors reimagine his settings, placing A Midsummer Night's Dream in a neon-lit nightclub, or staging The Tempest as a meditation on colonialism. Each interpretation is a conversation across time, a whisper from the past meeting the concerns of the present. Even in places where his name is not spoken, his influence lingers. The star-crossed lovers of countless films and novels owe their tragic arcs to Romeo and Juliet. The scheming villains of political thrillers trace their lineage back to Iago, whispering poison into trusting ears, the fools who speak wisdom in disguise, the kings who learn humility too late, the lovers who mistake disguise for truth. These are all shadows of Shakespeare's imagination, stretching long into our modern stories. And then there are the scholars, the quiet keepers of his flame, who spend lifetimes tracing the delicate threads of his language, uncovering layers of meaning in a single turn of phrase. They debate whether he truly wrote every word attributed to him, whether his sonnets were autobiographical or purely fiction, whether his plays were meant to be political or simply entertaining. But even these debates are a testament to his enduring power. The way his work refuses to be pinned down, refuses to grow stale. Education, too, has been shaped by him. Generations of students have stumbled through the unfamiliar rhythms of his verse, only to find, sometimes years later, that his words have taken root in their minds. A line from King Lear might surface during a moment of grief. A phrase from As You Like It might come to mind on a peaceful walk through the woods. His language becomes part of the way we see the world, like an old song we didn't realize we had memorized, and in the quietest hours, when the world is still, his words return to us like old friends. When struck by beauty or murmuring, the readiness is all when facing uncertainty. These phrases have a rhythm, a music that sinks into the bones. They comfort not because they offer easy answers, but because they remind us that others have felt what we feel, have asked the same questions, have wandered the same labyrinth of the human heart. So as you drift closer to sleep tonight, think of all the hands that have turned the pages of his plays, all the voices that have spoken his lines, all the hearts that have been stirred by his words. Think of the young actor nervously stepping onto a stage for the first time, the student hunched over a desk in the glow of a lamp, the parent reading Macbeth aloud to a child who doesn't yet understand its darkness, but feels its power all the same. Shakespeare is not locked away in history. He is here in the quiet of this moment, in the breath between waking and dreaming. And if you listen closely, you might hear him not as a distant figure from a textbook, but as a companion in the night, offering stories that still have no end. His legacy is not a monument, but a living thing, growing and changing with each new reader, each new performance, each new generation that finds something in his work that feels like it was written just for them. So let his words carry you now, as they have carried so many before you, into the soft embrace of sleep. Let the rise and fall of his verse rock you gently, like a boat on a calm sea. And if, as your thoughts grow slow and heavy, a line drifts into your mind, sleep that knits up the raveled sleeve of care, perhaps, or such stuff as dreams are made on, know that it is no accident. It is Shakespeare's quiet gift to you, a reminder that even in rest, stories continue to unfold. Sleep well, and may his words be the lullaby that guides you into dreams as rich and boundless as his imagination. Wrapped in the comfort of these words, we'll drift together into the next part of this soothing biography. The story of William Shakespeare has been told and retold so many times that it has taken on the quality of a dream, soft around the edges, half remembered, sometimes more myth than man. Over the centuries, layers of legend have settled over his life like dust on an old book, blurring the lines between what we know and what we wish to believe. And so, as you drift toward sleep tonight, let's gently peel back some of those layers, not to dispel the magic, but to appreciate the richness that lies beneath the familiar tales. One of the most enduring myths is that Shakespeare was a solitary genius, a lone scribe toiling by candlelight, plucking perfect lines from the ether, as if by divine inspiration. But the truth is far more interesting. The theater of his time was deeply collaborative. Actors improvised, scripts were revised on the fly, and plays were often the work of many hands. Shakespeare borrowed freely from older stories, reshaping them with his own brilliance, just as his own words would later be reshaped by others. He was not an island, but part of a vibrant, noisy world of artists, all influencing one another. Imagine the buzz of the playhouse, the laughter of the crowd, the quick exchanges between performers. Shakespeare's genius thrived in that shared space. Another quiet misconception is that his language was always lofty and grand, the preserve of scholars and aristocrats. In truth, his plays were written for everyone, the groundlings who stood in the pit, the merchants in the middle tiers, the nobles in their private boxes. His words could soar with poetic beauty, but they could also crackle with bawdy jokes, earthy humor, and the rhythms of everyday speech. The insults in his comedies would still make us laugh today. The grief in his tragedies still feels raw and immediate. His language was alive, shifting effortlessly between the sublime and the familiar, much like our own thoughts as we drift between wakefulness and sleep. Then there is the lingering question of authorship, a mystery that has inspired countless theories and debates. Could a man from a small market town with no university education really have written these plays? The doubt says more about us than about Shakespeare. We long for intrigue, for hidden patterns, for a story more dramatic than the simple truth. That genius can emerge from humble beginnings, the evidence of his life, the legal records, the theater documents, the tributes from his contemporaries, paints a clear enough picture. And yet, the mystery endures, a testament to how fiercely we cling to the idea that such extraordinary work must have an extraordinary explanation. But perhaps the real wonder is that it doesn't. Perhaps the ordinary man from Stratford was extraordinary all along. We also like to imagine Shakespeare as a timeless figure, floating above the concerns of his age, speaking directly to us across the centuries. But he was very much a man of his time, shaped by the politics, the prejudices, and the passions of Elizabethan and Jacobean England. His plays reflect the anxieties of a world where queens ruled and empires expanded, where religion divided nations and science began to challenge old certainties. He wrote about kings and power because his audience lived under the shadow of the throne. He explored themes of jealousy, ambition, and love because those are the threads that have always bound human hearts together. His universality lies not in being detached from his time, but in being so deeply immersed in it that he touched on truths that transcend any era. Even the image of Shakespeare as the ultimate literary icon, revered from the moment his quill touched paper, is a gentle distortion. In his lifetime, he was successful, certainly, but no more so than other playwrights of his day. Some of his works were popular, others were forgotten for years before being rediscovered. His reputation as the greatest writer in the English language grew slowly over centuries as readers and performers kept finding new depths in his words. The Shakespeare we know today is the product of countless interpretations, adaptations, and revivals, each adding another layer to his legend. He belongs as much to the actors who have breathed life into his characters as he does to the man who first imagined them. And what of the man himself, the private Shakespeare, the one who existed outside the theater? Here the myths are thickest, for the historical record is sparse. We know he married Anne Hathaway, that he had children, that he returned to Stratford in his later years. But the rest, his thoughts, his passions, his daily joys and sorrows, are lost to time. We fill the silence with guesses that he loved deeply, that he knew loneliness, that he found humor in the chaos of life. We do this because his works suggest a man who understood the human heart in all its complexity. But the truth is, we will never really know him. And perhaps that is for the best. The mystery leaves room for us to find ourselves in his words, to see our own reflections in his characters, struggles, and triumphs. So as you settle deeper into the cushions of sleep, let go of the need for certainty. Shakespeare does not have to be a saint or a sage, a rebel or a conformist. He can be all these things and none of them. His legacy is not in the facts we can pin down, but in the endless conversations his work inspires. Each generation finds its own Shakespeare, just as each reader discovers their own meaning in his lines. The plays change because we do. The sonnets speak differently to a heart that has known love or loss. And that is the quiet miracle of his endurance, not that he gave us answers, but that he gave us a mirror, one that keeps showing us new facets of ourselves. Tonight, if fragments of his verse drift through your mind, a whispered, "To thine own self be true," or the soft sigh of parting is such sweet sorrow, remember that these words have been carried on countless breaths before yours. They have been spoken in joy, in grief, in moments of quiet wonder. They do not belong to any one time or any one telling. They are alive, as long as there are voices to speak them and ears to hear. And so, as sleep pulls you gently under, let the myths and the truths blur together. For in the end, what matters is not the man, but the magic he left behind, a gift that never grows old, never fades, and always finds its way to those who need it most. Sleep well, and may the poetry of dreams be yours tonight. Now, as we continue our gentle journey through this remarkable life, let us explore the next chapter. And so we come to the end of our quiet journey through the life and legacy of William Shakespeare, a man whose name has echoed through centuries, yet whose true essence remains as elusive as a half-remembered dream. Picture him now, not as a statue or a portrait, but as a shadow moving through the streets of Elizabethan London, pausing to watch the play of sunlight on the Thames, perhaps smiling to himself as some new turn of phrase takes shape in his mind. This is the Shakespeare we can almost grasp, the writer with ink-stained fingers, the observer of human nature, the man who walked home after performances to a house that held both love and ordinary cares. His achievements stretch far beyond the mere counting of plays and sonnets. He did not simply write. He reimagined the very possibilities of language, bending words to his will until they shimmered with new meaning. Think of how he gave us Hamlet's soliloquies, where a single mind's turmoil becomes the whole world's, or how he spun the tempestuous love of Romeo and Juliet into something so vivid that their names are whispered by lovers even now. He did not just create characters. He gave them souls so real that we still argue over their motives, weep for their sorrows, and laugh at their follies as if they were old friends. And yet, for all his brilliance, Shakespeare was never separate from the world around him. He wrote for the groundlings who stood in the pit of the globe, and the nobles who sat in the galleries. His words were meant to be spoken aloud, to be felt in the body as much as the mind. There is a rhythm to his lines, a pulse like a heartbeat, that makes them live even when read in silence. Perhaps that is why, after all this time, we still return to them, because they were never meant to be locked away in books, but to be breathed into life again and again. His legacy is not confined to stages or libraries. It is in the way we speak, without realizing we are quoting him, in the phrases that have seeped into the very fabric of language. When we talk of jealousy being a green-eyed monster, or describe something as the stuff that dreams are made on, we are walking in his footsteps. He shaped not just literature, but thought itself, giving us new ways to understand ambition, love, power, and grief. Yet Shakespeare's greatest gift may be his refusal to provide easy answers. His plays do not preach, they explore. They ask questions about justice, mercy, revenge, and forgiveness, leaving us to wrestle with them as we will. Each generation finds its own meaning in his words, seeing new reflections of its own struggles. A modern reader might find in The Merchant of Venice a meditation on prejudice, while another era might have seen only a comedy. This is the miracle of his work. It grows and shifts, always meeting us where we are. Today, he is remembered in countless ways. Scholars pore over his texts. Actors lose themselves in his roles. Students groan over his verses, until one day something clicks and the words suddenly glow with meaning. His birthplace in Stratford-upon-Avon is a place of pilgrimage. His Globe Theatre rebuilt so that audiences can stand where they once did, feeling the same wooden boards beneath their feet. But more than any monument, it is the quiet, private moments that keep him alive. The parent reading A Midsummer Night's Dream to a child, the lover copying out a sonnet, the solitary reader finding comfort in King Lear on a stormy night. And so, as the hour grows late and sleep begins to soften the edges of thought, let us leave Shakespeare where he belongs, not frozen in time, but alive in the spaces between words and silence. His stories will continue long after this night, passed down like heirlooms, each retelling adding another layer to their richness. There is no end to him, just as there is no end to the human experiences he captured so perfectly. Tonight, if your dreams wander to Verona's balconies, or to the misty heath where Lear raged against the storm, know that you are part of an unbroken chain of listeners, readers, and dreamers who have kept his words alive. Let them lull you, as they have lulled so many before, into a rest as deep and peaceful as a midsummer night. Close your eyes now, and may the quiet magic of his poetry carry you gently into sleep, where the boundaries between past and present blur, and the greatest stories are the ones you weave yourself in the land of dreams. Sleep well, and may the morning find you rested, with perhaps a lingering whisper of verse, a line, a phrase, a feeling to remind you that beauty, like sleep, is always waiting to be found again.